6:33.
Thank you. You're such a good secretary. All right, we're gonna go ahead and call this meeting to order at 6:33 PM. We would like to welcome everybody. And at this time, we will have a moment of silence and then the pledge. Also, we would like to thank Ms. Heather Pinchett and Jeannie Gwynn, who brought these awesome swag bags in to the Board of Education right before the meeting and gave us these masks to honor our senior class this year. So that's why we are sporting our masks for the first part of the meeting. So now a moment of silence, please. And the pledge. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, item number 1, review of the agenda. And item number 2, adoption of the agenda.
I've got a couple of things for consideration. One, I believe at our last meeting, we actually tabled a furniture order at Baker and Clocks at Strode Station. And it was said in the meeting, I believe, that we were tabling that to this meeting to find out about those things. And I didn't see that on the agenda. Is that something we're ready to do, or?
Well, at Baker, up until today, they were supposed to be getting a furniture, Fayette County had offered to donate them some desks. And then they backed out today, from my understanding, is what the email I got was. So that's why, I know that's why he
I
didn't.
think we did ask for a furniture order and an investigation into exactly how that happened, because we had some very serious questions about why
Right.
things were done, and procedures or whatever.
Yes.
And then the clocks at Strode, I think was just a matter of, did they want analog or did they want digital? And so, I just didn't know.
I don't think he's got the quotes back on the clock. I know he has worked with,
So did they
with
ask,
Ruth.
did they want digital?
I'm not sure.
Because I
think
thought
they
we got the
did.
quote for analog.
I think they wanted digital.
That they
He's-
would want digital, and I was under the understanding that they would take either one, but I don't know, so I don't know.
Mr. Stump?
That's to be a Mr. Stump question, but my understanding was she wanted to
Want to
get
wait until,
the digital.
we're waiting a little bit longer on that to find out what happened.
He should be online.
And
The quote won't be until the 17th on the digitals.
also, I think we need to consider discussion of the school year startup. I just think that we got a lot of people that are getting answers just based on the emails that we seem to be getting and conversations that you get out there of kind of giving people a little bit more direction. I'm a little worried that if we don't meet again until July, and that's back, I mean, we really have not said that we're going to start early, not start early, or whatever, and I just think that we can have some sort of discussion of where we're at and what the board feels like. And I know, I've just told people, I said, right now, we've got a calendar that says we start August the 12th. That's what we have right now. But I think if we, as a board, if we discuss it, and there's some things we can rule out, or some things that we can say, and obviously, some things may not be in our hands, but I really feel like that it would help parents and communication if we would continue to discuss this at our meetings, because that's probably the biggest topic in town.
Right. I'm fine if you want to add that on there and get an update from what you have. The reason it's not, the reason it wasn't on there is because the survey's not due back until
Wednesday.
Right. So we knew we would have to get together, it's just a matter of when, but the survey was not due back until Wednesday is why. He didn't know how much he would have back before then. But I mean, if I'm fine with it, Gordon, if you wanna do it and just have an update that we can.
Well, I think, to me, I would like to go ahead and have a discussion, and then if we, if we're looking at a work session, special session coming up, to include that in our discussion too, that we would have that.
I think we'll have to, as.
And then I'm assuming that the furniture and clocks, we can do that at our special session if we decide to do another one of those.
We'll have to, I mean, the quote won't come in until the 17th, you said?
17th on the clocks.
As far as the furniture, surplus is on here tonight, correct?
Well, there's a lot of questions about that.
Oh,
We'll
yes.
just get that when we get to that.
Right. Then I think you can determine there if you'd like it, if we want to put it on the next agenda.
But in that case, I would like to add that second one. If we can't do anything with the furniture clocks, I'll remove that from my request. But my other request is that we do have a discussion, and I would like to put in there maybe a possible statement from the board if we all agree on a certain statement at that time, if that's feasible to everybody.
Yeah, I would like to discuss that as well.
So put that, what is that calendar in time? Put that in calendar in time.
Number 14.
Yeah, I put in the internal board business, so make it 16.
16A it is.
I'm just listing as update from 2020, 2021 school year.
Just arrows and anything else from that.
That's all I have.
Impossible.
Start date.
No, he said possible.
Discussion?
No, possible, what did you say at the end? Possible statement?
Possibly a statement made by the board. If we all agree with a certain statement that we may want to make about the start of school, what we feel like where we're at, or
Okay.
at sometimes right here.
And I just had written down.
And if we don't-
Your start of the possible statement.
If we don't agree on anything, then we won't say anything, but if there's some place that we can find some sort of common ground, then leave us open to make a statement.
Sounds good.
I'd like to ask for consideration to during a closed session to be added to the agenda to discuss personnel issues that may lead to the discipline or dismissal of the individual.
And he's already quoted, he's
So
already
you don't have to
quoted.
do the action.
We will, when we go into closed session for this purpose, we'll just ask him that it be added on the agenda before the agenda is
Okay.
adopted.
What's the number on that closed session?
I want to pull it up here for you.
Used to do that.
This is-
You would think we'd walk on this one last time.
Well, we should, but the transfer is 61,810.
Section on that. We vote on those two items.
61,810, 1F.
One F. Will we vote on those together, or are we doing that separately for the agenda of adding those?
Well, I think yours has already been on.
No, we haven't
Okay.
voted.
Well, I guess if everybody agrees, yeah, I guess you're right, because we don't have to take a vote on it, for
right.
only if there's opposition.
That's correct.
Right.
Yes, you're correct, I'm sorry. So we've added ours, the first one.
You added yours.
Okay. And the second one, just, we would need 3 agreements with that.
We just need to see if anybody objects to that being added.
No objections? Okay.
What item will that be, 16B?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bill. No, it'll be after 40.
Yeah, that would be 40 now.
Be-
Bill, could we add to that also, maybe coming back into open session in case the board wanted to make a statement regarding whatever discussion? Is that feasible?
I agree with that.
Okay. So is that coming back in, is that 42?
That would be 42.
Okay.
Anything else?
I move to adopt the agenda with the discussed changes.
Motion by Mr. Fairwell, second by Mr. Colby. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 3, approval of minutes for May 18th, 2020, regular meeting, May 26th, 2020, tentative budget meeting, and June 3rd, 2020, special meeting.
I had some questions about the wording on the June 3rd meeting. Motion number 111 about the existing salary schedules. Maybe my memory was faulty on it. I just want to make sure that what's in the minutes as being proposed was what we intended on it. I was under my memory was that we approved all of the schedules that were proposed in the packet, except for the page having to do with the
Post-July 1
the post-July 1. I was under the impression we essentially deleted that entire page of the posted July 1 and then made an amendment to the existing schedule before that to add the Director of State and Federal Grants at the 53 days and 16%, and then essentially took out the wording about that, having applicability to prior to July 1. Is that the way you all understand what we did?
Changes, didn't you, Arlene? You made that correction, didn't you? And sent it out.
Yeah. And I reread the notes, and I went back and watched the video today. And I think what's written here in the minutes reflects what the intent was.
The new minutes or the original minutes or the revised?
The revised.
I don't know that. Scott got to look at the revised.
Let me take a look at it. Maybe I didn't.
Is the revised was wasn't in the original packet. It was in a separate email.
That's right.
And is the revised? No, I don't have the minutes.
It's my understanding on my second that what the motion was, it said we approved the existing, which meant what we actually have in place. Then we added the district grant, those type of things. And after that page, we accepted all the other changes that were on there. Is that correct?
When you said what we already had in place, I think there were probably buried in those schedules some other little minor changes.
I'm talking about this page,
Oh, just that
page right there. The only thing that we did there, as far as the existing, was to add to the district fund, what was it?
Director of State.
The Director of Federal Grants, the Director of Federal, that's what we added to the existing page. And then after this page, what I felt like, everything else was accepted. Is that the way you?
The second page that has the hires after July 1, was that page approved or was that deleted? So, we had the two pages. We had the
one that
the
was
chart
proposed,
before
I
and
mean, way I looked at it, we said existing. Existing is what we currently have in place. And so I felt like it made this one, the after, that became null and void. That's the
Okay.
way I understood it.
Okay, so just to break it down, that page that has the after July 1, essentially that was deleted from what was
Right.
being accepted.
That's the way I understood it.
Okay, and that's why I understood it too.
Yeah, me too.
But I just wasn't quite sure if it read that way. But I think if we all understand that July 1 and after page was deleted, and then we added the director language to the first page, and then, of course, we don't need the before or after July. I think that's what we all understood occurred. Okay. I don't know if
Christie, you and Human Resources understand that that's the page
Yes.
that we're ironing out in the existing.
Okay. Well, I think we're all on the same understanding. I wasn't quite sure if the minutes reflected, the exact wording of the minutes reflected that, but I think, if you all think that the wording reflects what we just talked about, then I'm fine and dandy with it. I just want to make sure there wasn't any confusion on it.
Is there a specific concern, I mean, that you?
No,
Okay.
what we just talked about, we all agreed upon what I thought we agreed on, and I didn't know if the wording was, in the motion was clear to reflect that. I just want to make sure there wasn't any confusion going forward on it. Because it refers to the Phoenix Academy be changed to 12%. Well, that was, I believe that's what was on the very
That was
first page, so it
already-
didn't, you wouldn't need to change what's already there. That was one of the things that sort of tripped me up.
But we added the additional no stipend to it.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that was your suggestion in the video, was adding the additional stipend, so I think that, or not adding any additional stipend. That's the reason I believe Arlene put that in there.
That's
Okay.
more of a
I won't speak for
clarification.
you.
That was that was just a clarification. Okay. It sounds like we're all on the same page. I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page with it. So
Good.
I think we've got that understanding. If we think that the wording captures that, then I'm fine and dandy.
Okay.
Okay.
I move to approve the minutes as written.
Motion by Mr. Fairweather,
I'll second it.
second by Mr. Heusel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Any public comments?
I have no one signed up. There's nobody up front.
Okay. Student support services. Item number 4, consider approval of non-traditional instruction application for the 2020-2021 school year. Mr. Holland Forrest.
I had sent in to you all the application we've been working on for over a month with income information and whatnot. We did have today a situation that came up where that I checked, a platform that we've been working in is SharePoint. And when I went to SharePoint today, I go to it almost every day, and then we went to it, and in applications, there popped up some applications, and there popped up some rubrics, and they were quickly taken down, but we had an opportunity to kind of see those. So we kind of took a look at the rubric that they're going to be using, the language that they were using. So the one that you have in front of you, we've actually fine-tuned a little bit of language. The integrity and the structure of it is exactly the same. We have just fine-tuned some of the language. So what I have right here is a little bit different than what you have presented, because that's what we had an opportunity to kind of see, and it's due today. So it's due tonight. So we had not that opportunity, and we wanted to be able to use the moment to put some of that language from the rubric into this right here to kind of just strengthen it just a little bit. So that's what I have right here. But the nuts and bolts of it remain the same. It was just semantics and wording. So, but I'll be happy to share with you anything that you want.
So you all had to work from ground level up on this. There weren't any already out there public applications that other districts have made that you all could have taken and used as a starting point or something like that?
No, sir. That last year's was null and void because it's strictly dealt with, and there were some applications that were available from last year, but those were the ones for the emergency one, not the COVID-19 one. And so what we were, as school districts, asked to do, if you're interested in applying for this, try to approach it in a two-tiered prong, try to look at it as what it would be if it looked like the traditional emergency, if you had a day here or there, also with the COVID-19 one. So that's how we kind of try to tailor some of our language. And as we were able to, just briefly, go in and take a look at some of the other people's applications real quickly, we didn't see anybody who had designated between the two. So we were glad we had made that designation of, sometimes it was blended together, sometimes it was COVID-19, and sometimes it was the emergency NTI. So we were able to put that in our application. That's what you all have. We didn't change any of that.
Yeah, I think that's important, Mr. Holland, and I'm glad you did some of that. I would like to, sometime while we're working on this stuff through the summer, get what we learned this past year from when we did it. In a conversation that I had within this past week, they were talking about, a teacher had made the statement, we went to NTI last time, I knew my kids, I knew everything. What would happen if we start school this way and I don't know my kids and what to do and how we're going about that? How would, if we started out at NTI, how would that teacher introduce herself to students? How would all that happen? I think those are a lot of questions that we have to have. I think we're almost hand-tied of saying that we have to do this. I mean, we have to approve this. I mean, that's just my goal because, there's not a whole lot more to fall back on after this. So I just want to try to, make sure that we've got as much information in there, things that we've learned, and talk to teachers, talk to parents, talk to everybody, and just, find out how we can do it better. And I applaud you guys for doing it in two-tier, because obviously if you miss a snow day, it's a lot different than saying, we're starting on the 14th, but we're only going to do this for a month. I mean, it's a lot different
Yes.
thing to do there. So I would like to, for you guys to keep updating us on those things and telling us, what our issues are and hearing from parents what their issues were. I think there's a lot of things that are going to come into play this year. Last year when we shut down school, parents were out of work too. Now parents are going back to work. So, it's a little bit different animal that we're dealing with at that point right there about, who's going to be helping the kids and are they going to be able to. Obviously, we've got the technology a little bit better shape this time, but, if we don't start back school, how do we get technology to them? How do we do this? How do we, I think there's a lot of questions. So.
Yes, 100% agreed.
Mr. Allen, I sent an email about it, just a couple of minor questions, and part of one of your reply was that this application was intended to be skeletal in nature. So this is sort of a first pass that we're going to take on it, or you all will, and you'll probably get some feedback from KD or something like that. If something needs to be tweaked, you all had the opportunity to tweak this between now and August. Is that a reasonable understanding?
We already have. We sent it to them as, just before when we brought it into here last week, we had the opportunity to submit it and say, hey, what do you guys think about this right here? And the response was, the person who responded back said, I'm on the committee, so I can't tell you specifics, but I can say that it looks good to me. So that told us that we were on the right track with it. But anything that we need to update, going back to your point, once we submit this in, they'll let us know if there's anything specific that's a major flaw once we hit the submission date today, and we can make those tweaks, and I'll be happy to update you if we do.
Okay, thanks.
You also had said something about, which we did go back in, one of the rubrics. It did sound like that they were looking that you could get an extra bonus point if you were detailed with certain things. So we did spell out on the one that I have here that says Rule 1-to-1, 3 through 12 packets, P through 2, just to be more specific with it.
More questions, comments? Good.
Looks good.
All right, anybody like to make a motion?
Move to approve item 4 as written.
Motion by Mr. Fairweather,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Richardson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 5, consider approval of first reading of policy updates.
The policies, as annually, are sent by KSBA with their recommendations. We've taken all the policies, they've been divided up among all staff in their areas, and with their folks, we've gone through them. And we have just a couple of, well, we have a couple that's on there that wasn't on there that we've had to add, that Alicia, and I'll ask Alicia if she's outside to come down. She can also talk about this. There's 2 policies that we have a recommended change on. Alicia, you want to do it, or you want me to?
You tell me which one.
Go ahead.
2 of the ones that I reached out to KSBA about, that they put at the very end of the packet and it's not showing the changes. So I made copies of the old policy and the new policy and kind of highlighted the changes so you all could see what those were specifically, instead of trying to guess at it, just verbally telling you all.
These were sent to KSBA ahead of time for their approval on the language, and they helped write them, they assisted on writing, but for some reason on those 2, that they weren't their policies that they sent out, they didn't do our changes in red
You
like
didn't
they
put
did
the
on the
markup
others.
on it,
Yeah,
so
they
I
did.
just wanted to be
blue.
upfront about that. In the policy part, which I believe I was delayed, so I think we're on policies right now,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay, so there's the district issuance of checks. And the old policy, I highlighted the things that were removed or changed, and then on the new, basically we reached out to them because last time we spoke, we were talking budgets and the phase 1 of changing the school activity accounts and bringing elementary and Baker into the fold of the district for kind of internal controls and helping with the fraud prevention and all of that. Well, in doing so, that puts them now under our district issuance of checks that you all will start seeing. When we issue checks for things that school activity has to do, it's going to fall in that paid warrant report you're going to see, whereas currently you all don't see those things. They have their separate bank accounts and they fall 100% under Red Book compliance, and they don't have to necessarily fall under this specific district issuance of checks. And so in moving them here, this is no leeway for us to be able to issue checks possibly daily, weekly, which is what they do right now out in the schools. There's situations that pop up that they daily have to issue checks for. And so that's part of, with that phase compliance on that level, I reached out to KSBA and said, hey, we're going to start this change. What can I do to make sure we're compliant with issuance of checks? And along that conversation, she said, well, let's look at other district policies and see what their policies say. And so the policy that then got brought back and recommended to us, which is in your packet tonight for approval, really mirrors what most other districts have on that policy. And so this, I think, is pretty much a carbon copy of Woodford County. Mercer County follows that. Madison County, it's very close to Fayette County as well. So that's kind of the whole gist behind what that policy is being changed for.
Well, let me make sure I'm following along the before and after. Which one is the before?
The top is the before. It's got the draft written at the top of it, draft 2/4/2020.
Well, it looks like
That's the
this.
before?
Yes.
This right here.
Oh, that's the current, I'm
That's the
sorry.
current.
That's the current that's being proposed to you. That's the before, the one that's got down at the bottom, 8/20/2013 amended is the original policy. Sorry about that.
And what you have marked, I guess, is what's taken out.
So the top, what was in there, what we're suggesting changed, I highlighted, and then what has been taken out or kind of reworded according to KSBA is on the original policy. So just in that top authorization section, the sentence that's highlighted has been removed completely. And then the payment of bills has been reworded and changed to the payment of claims on the new section, and that's completely suggested by them as in looking at other district policies. And then they took out the subsequent approval section altogether. And then they've added a direct deposit and electronic funds active card integration, which is payment processes we already do, but they've just never been officially in our policy, even though it's practices we've already been doing. So that's why they suggested adding those items.
Ms. Ellis, how long have you had this wording?
I gave it to KSBA in February, and they said they would put it in
February
our
4th,
our
2020.
update packet.
This updated wording, though, it would just accidentally omit it from the packet. You had a chance to look at it and
Yes.
cogitate on it and all those things.
Yes, and like I said, when I initially reached out to them, it was in regards of how can we modify our current policy to help with that bringing in the school activity, having to cut checks daily or weekly with that phase-in process, which hopefully in another year or two, we'll have RDC and GRC on board with that. And that's when it was brought back to me, well, let's look at other districts' policies. And so she looked at kind of our surrounding area of how their policies were written and came back with this one, which really is a carbon copy of what Woodford County has. And there are several other districts that, few words here and there, but pretty much this is what a lot of districts around us, how their policy is worded. And been updated more recently than ours since 2013.
So with the intention of bringing more schools under the fold, so to speak, and will the board or the office here will be cutting checks directly instead of the schools?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So taking that power away from the schools and going to be more of a centralized process.
Correct.
What does that do to you and your staff or the accounting department here on the additional workload that, to me, I would think would increase the current workload?
Yeah. Yes. It will increase the workload, and that's part of what we talked about last time, kind of in the salary schedules of looking at, we took away that hour and a half stipend to the schools for office work. We kept a half hour of that we're redirecting to an employee here in central office and adding duties to a person here to help with this process, because it is a lot for my current staff to take on. So that's something someone in central office who was willing to help finance, essentially, we've reached out to them, and they're already here and they help finance as it is, but adding even more duties above and beyond what they're currently doing to their schedule. Now, eventually I'm just going to throw this out there because we've talked about it as well, with RDC and GRC eventually a year or so looking forward on that phase, we probably are going to need another secretarial position at central office for that. That is not something I could put on any current member in central office as is, because that is a huge workload that those two ladies currently do for those schools. They do a lot of other stuff for that school as well, but if we bring that piece to central office, I would have to have another staff member in finance for that. So that's part of why it's next phase, because we're just not there yet of adding a whole new body yet. I'm just trying to do the stair steps to get there.
Okay.
The payment of what was on the old one about contract salaries, how is that accomplished with the new one? I'm trying to digest the differences here.
So down under direct deposit, it doesn't necessarily say contract pay, but it says employees shall participate in the program to receive net pay deposited electronically to an account. So that's their contract pay. Employees are direct deposited now. And that language wasn't in there before, but that's the contract pay of how we pay employees.
If this policy is approved in subsequent meetings, will we approve the payment of salaries? Or
Yes, those still will come to you as is. This does not change. The last two items that you all get on your board meeting every time will still come to you just as they have always come to you. That will not change. Well, I guess the very last line item.
This is day-to-day routine stuff that not necessarily boosters, but at the elementary levels that they would do for day-to-day expenses. They would currently write checks and the building for, they're going to be done here now. It really only affects the 4 elementaries in Baker, is all this affects at this point in phase 1. It's part of the system of kind of pulling the finances in and having it under a little tighter control, part of the safety checks and everything.
Will everything be electronically deposited, or will you actually have physical checks?
All payroll is electronically deposited. We only issue a check if there's been a mistake and we have to redo something, but everyone gets payroll electronically deposited right now. I am ready to start pushing the EFT you see written there for travel reimbursements and that type of stuff. And then we wanted to obviously get any vendors that would participate in the active card integration on that payment method, because we get that rebate money. But then we were looking, after we do all of our phases of reaching out to vendors to get them on the credit card payment, to possibly get them on EFT. And then that would cut back on paper check issuing at that point. But we have not rolled that out to vendors in any way whatsoever yet, just because we want as many on credit card processing, because we get that rebate that helps the district a little bit with income. But I would like to start pushing for employees' travel to be on there. We have a few who participate, myself included as the pilot person to get that rolling, but so it helps when you have a file to send instead of a check to process. It helps cut back on some of the time.
Don't let me step on anyone else's. So I think the concept about bringing it from the schools to us and giving you all the flexibility with that sounds like it makes a lot of sense. I'm trying to get my head around how it might impact, as you said, the last item on there, the payment of accounts payable and things like that. Because like I said, I'm still trying to understand how they would impact that. So you described just a few minutes ago that we'll still have that as a line item on there, payment of accounts payable.
Correct.
Right now, is your all's procedure that all those things are essentially printed and they're waiting for the board, maybe they're sitting in your office right now to approve it, and once the board approves it, then they're released?
Currently, we have 3 issues at the district level. We have one that we do on the 5th called what we've named them is the utility run, the board meeting run, which is and the utility run gets printed and mailed immediately because it's utility bills. I mean, that's why it's called the utility run, is we've set these dates to coincide with how our bills drop for utilities. So the 5th, we pay utilities only, and those get mailed immediately to meet that deadline, which falls under how the policy was written of the I can't say that word, I apologize, it doesn't come out of my mouth. And then the board run, and we do print the checks and sit on them, and they will get mailed tomorrow after you all approve them tonight. And then we have one that we call the addendum run on the 26th, which is essentially also utilities, and then all the construction stuff or any board item you've already approved at some point for payment or for the process, to take place. So that's how it currently operates, and we will continue to operate that way. That's not going to change, because as Mr. Christie said, the main goal is having those be able to do the school activity. It would open the door that if something came up and we needed to issue a check for an emergency reason, it could be done. But we don't plan on changing any of that information, and you would still get the reports to review anything that was issued in its entirety, as you currently get.
So help me walk through the part then that says what could be paid outside of those 3 runs. Something needs to go ahead and be paid. Where are you allowed to do that under this, and where you're not allowed to pay any other bill?
Under that, so I can't say the word.
Subsequent.
It just does not come out. Payments to take advantage of discounts, one of those, we pay GFS, because we get I believe it's a 5% discount if we pay by a certain date within so many days or whatever, so we pay, that is, I believe, the only vendor that we pay like on a utility run, because we get a discount. Payments made to prevent penalties or disruption of services, that's all your utilities. And then payments for approved purchases made in accordance with district policy procedures to avoid invoices being more than 30 days old. So there are situations that we get an invoice turned into us late and it's more than 30 days old, and we go ahead and put it on the utility or the addendum that's not the big run to help to get it paid as quickly as possible. So that's how those fall out, if that's what, is that what you were asking
So
specifically?
that's part of the old policy, but subsequent approval's not, unless I'm
And this is-
missing it in the new.
This is the recommendation from KSBA of updating to match other districts. So that language specifically is no longer in the policy, no. It does stay in compliance with that we must, have invoices and purchase orders ahead of time signed by the superintendent or designee. You confirm that materials are received, services were completed before payments issued.
But I was looking on the KSBA site and I saw the Woodford, and I think I saw Justman had this similar wording, but then our friends over in Fayette County, they've got
They've got quite a bit
specifically,
more.
they have the subsequent approval language is still in theirs.
If you want to add it back, that is completely up to the board's discretion.
These extras that they're
This
talking about
is-
are really not any of those 4 things that's listed there. These are day-to-day activity things that would take part at that school for activities that's going on at that school. It's not necessarily for paying of the salaries or the taking advantage. It's just things that they would do with those groups as an activity, or they don't have sports there, so it's not sports like their garden that they may have buying things. It's stuff that they might do on a daily basis, but it's going to be done from here. And the current policy does not, in Munis, does not allow her to write those kinds of checks daily.
I'm good with that part. It's, did we leave out some things? Like, should the subsequent approval language be included in this? And quite frankly, I don't really know, because I just looked at the thing and I had a
KSBA
chance
didn't
to.
recommend it, but, I mean, they didn't
That was
push
the
for it.
initial conversation is, do I need to add something under that section to help me write a check for the school activity daily, weekly thing? They came back at me with this policy that's been presented to you.
I guess the question that I would have
So I
from a
didn't-
liability standpoint, or a legal standpoint is, the subsequent approval that's in our current policy, if you review it, it is very clear as to when we can do things. And I think what Scott, you want is kind of uniformity. You want to make sure that there's some process in place.
Yeah, I'm concerned, and again, I haven't had a chance to really cogitate on it, that we might have inadvertently missed some wording that should be included in the new
Yeah, for the
policy.
subsequent approval, do 2, 3, and 4. How often are those utilized in the current scenario? And, if we're running GFS on a utility run, is that, and I don't know that it is, addressed in the purchasing, the new model language that's being proposed by KSB? That's just a question. Do you all use those? I mean, do you ever have to get subsequent approval to take advantage of a discount, to prevent penalties or disruption, or to approve purchases that are made more than 30 days past due from the next board meeting?
We don't come and get an official approval in between board meetings.
Okay.
That's,
So you just don't pay them?
if it's not one
Or
of
we have a
those
special
things,
call
they
meeting.
sit till the main board, we put it in a
But what if
stack.
it is, how often do one of those 4 things occur?
Monthly, every month.
The payments to prevent penalties and disruption of services happens every month. Contract salaries happens every month.
And are they run
Payments
on
that take
something
advantage of
other?
discounts happen.
Are those run on something other than a utility run or a main run?
Oh, no, we have those 3 runs. That's the only, we do those 3 runs as a main, so.
Well, could you add another one, another run? Or, because I can only imagine if you've got those schools bringing in things where they're just used to writing a check, sometimes weekly, and then it comes and it sits there for a month, then
Well, and that was part of starting that conversation with KSBA and then this policy coming back, and that section of it wasn't included. It's not that I was intentionally trying to leave that section out, that's just when KSBA came back to me with this policy of like, let's look around, here, this is what several districts around you. Now, if Fayette County does have that in there, we can add that back in there and model theirs more specifically. That's just kind of the policy we modeled, is the one that was brought back to me.
So unless I'm looking at this incorrectly, there was an addition under payment of claims that says, in keeping with prudent and sound business practice, the superintendent or designee shall establish adequate internal controls for all purchases in all appropriations to individual schools or departments. Doesn't that give you the flexibility that the subsequent approval falls under? That's why the subsequent approval is not there, because the language, that clause gives you the ability to make those runs.
That
I mean,
sounds sufficient to me. Does that
Yeah, I would
sound
hate to
sufficient?
hold up
And that part
somebody's
is the
money.
part that's talking about the day-to-day things, that you can do those day-to-day things. I think
yeah,
that's
so
the part
that,
that's
so
talking
that,
about.
doesn't that right there kind of replace that subsequent approval section?
What paragraph number are you looking at, Bill?
It's
Under payment of claims, there's a clause that's in the new one, it's not an old one, that says it starts with in keeping with prudent and sound business practices. To me, it's just my opinion, it looks like that just gives the designee, superintendent, or yourself, the ability to be flexible and make runs when they're needed.
When they're needed. That, I mean, that's essentially what we're asking the board is, when the need arises to issue a check for something that is not within the time frame for the main board meeting, that it would give us the permission to do so because it's a needed item.
And if you look, those four bulleted items under there list the things that must be, that must accompany to that to allow the superintendent and/or designee to write those things. There still has to be
Which all of
purchase
that is
orders, all
already
that
in
stuff we
place
do,
as
yeah.
is, those things listed.
Looking over at Franklin County, obviously KSBA is sitting in Franklin County. It looks like the version they did last July is, it has the new updated payment of claims wording on it. They don't have the item about direct deposit, but they've included the subsequent approval
Okay.
wording. I'm sounding like a broken record, but I'm not sure I've fully thought through all the implications of not having the subsequent approval language on there. And it might, I'm afraid if we drop it off, that it's something that would have been needed.
That would be a board decision.
So, I mean, potentially, of course, I'd like to look to our board attorney for his higher level thoughts on this, and I can come to the table with that, you know, maybe, since we just looked at this, perhaps this tweak right here, maybe we ought to put off, because
Well, you
See, like
can do
we're talking
two,
about,
you can go
special
through
meeting
whatever you,
coming up.
whatever you do tonight. Policies takes 2 readings anyway,
So we'd have to
so
do
we're gonna have to do a second reading to make it into a policy. You can't adopt this, and you can modify it on the second reading.
Okay, we can modify on the second reading,
Yes.
so we could adopt this first pass, have a chance to take a look at it. Mr.
Yes.
Thomas could cogitate on it and go, what, maybe we do need that subsequent approval on there. And that could be added on to the
Yes.
second one?
You can make any modifications between the first and second
Before it's submitted to
policy
maybe
reading.
the
before
KSBA.
it's- That's correct.
Any other questions on that one? We have one other policy that we found ourselves. This wasn't a KSBA recommendation, this is one that we have for ourselves.
So before we leave that one, Mr. Thomas, I would like to put in as a friendly request for you to take a look at that, the subsequent approval language, perhaps look at Franklin counties and see if we need further tweakage on this. If that's okay with y'all and everybody else. Thanks, sorry about that, I just want to clarify that part. Now, you were saying, Mr. Christie, purchasing?
The second policy is 03273. It's on classified personnel. This was something that we've done for years.
Do we have this?
It's in the packet.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought we were looking
I
at a new
didn't
one.
copy that, it's in the original.
I've just got, I don't have a page number. I think it's pretty much toward the very back. I don't think, was it in order in it?
No, it's
I
not
think
in
it went
order.
to the
It
back.
and this one we just talked, we're in the very, very back.
Yeah.
They're the last pages.
It's the third from the last page.
Classified personnel would be in 03.
It's
Yeah.
not though, because we added temporary back.
It's the third page from the last in the packet.
Third to the last of my packet is payables,
On
June
the
20th.
Retirement?
Retirement, it's
Retirement.
Retirement?
Yes.
It's
62 of 64 is what I've got on mine.
03273.
On the,
It's in your policy update section of your packet.
Retirement.
Yep.
It's
Page
page
62.
62.
That's what I've got, yeah. So, packet item 5, it's on page 62 of that.
Correct.
Okay. Where you had me confused, Mr. Christie, I thought it was one of the new things that was here on the table,
Okay.
not what was already in there.
Policy 03273, it's for retirement. What you see added in red, and again, this has already been sent to KSBA, and it's their recommendation. We came across this accidentally. We had someone came in, and normally when someone's employed here, they don't automatically, they're on it's a probationary period before they go into the retirement system. And we had someone who came here that came from a retirement system, was already in it. And then when they came here, they raised a question of why they didn't go in. So that's when we contacted KSBA. That was 3/10/2020. And this is a section that they recommended. Following a minimum of 6-month and a maximum of 12-month probationary period solely for purpose of CERS. In other words, as soon as that person comes in, they will go in on either the July the 1st or January the 1st, whichever automatically puts them into the retirement account with Kentucky Retirement System. And that's what we've been doing, but we found as we went through the policy, we didn't have it in a policy. So they recommended putting it in, and that's the only change to that policy.
And when it's appropriate, I had another question about a policy change.
Okay, that's the only two changes that I have out of the policies that we recommend.
About the purchasing.
That's a procedure
That's coming up on
on the next item.
procedures.
I just went ahead and passed it out to you.
Go ahead, Scott.
I'd had an idea about this. This is in regards to, I want to make sure I've got the right part of the policy up. Policy 4.1 that's being proposed. I didn't have a problem with the wording on it, but Fayette County has some language about notification when there's a budget change between different functions. And I think that the wording we have, if our board's intention is just to be notified about changes between function levels, it's actually okay. Because I was getting function codes and object codes confused. It's my understanding that if there's a change in the budget made by administration between a function code, so that would be like one of the 2700, like student transportation, to move something from student transportation, let's say up to school administration support, that, do you all feel that y'all can do that now, or you cannot do that now, to move between those big function codes?
Don't
We
do that
don't.
now, and, I mean, the only time that it's been done is if you all approve contingency items to be spent somewhere and it's moved from the contingency bucket
To some other.
to a function to be able to be spent. Otherwise, in my tenure here, we have not moved between functions once the budget has been set. It's only when we're budgeting at the very beginning of the new year, we're moving monies around just to set up the budget. But once the budget's set, and we start the school year with it, in most instances, and none that I can recall since being here, other than interfund transfers and the contingency items, that we transferred between functions.
Okay, I think that's reasonable. I'm not sure we really need the Bay County language. But the question I wanted to ask the board is, on a lower level, or let's say in transportation, that the budget's set at the beginning of the year, and then they decide later on they want to move money from, let's say, from supplies to property, which I believe probably happened last month, so they could, take care of some things in transportation. Is it okay? Does the board not have a problem with administration being able to do that? So if it stays within one of the big items, let's say, the 2700 or whatever it might be, one of the function codes, is administration allowed to move money between the object codes, the sub-levels, to their heart's content? Do we have any problem with that? Or is it, is that fine, Dan, or do we think we need to put some sort of limits between, hey, if we have a budget set up for this much going to property under student transportation, and then you all move $100,000 up to professional services, we want to know when it gets over a certain level. I guess that's what my question is do we want to add a new tweak to the policy to require changes on the object code level, that detail level, to require changes above a certain dollar amount to be approved by the board, or at least to be, to copy the board on those changes? Am I even coming close to describing
Well, I
what
guess
my
my
concern
question
is?
How does that relate to the policies that were presented tonight?
Well, the policies that is not in the policy tonight, but we have the policy in front of us, so we could certainly amend that if we wanted to.
We have that policy in front, I haven't looked at that policy that you're referring to.
I believe we have policy 4.1 was in the
4.1,
packet.
is 4.1 part, maybe I missed it. Is 4.1 part of the two policies we're looking at tonight?
Let's see if I can find what page that is.
Because the object codes, the things you're mentioning was not mentioned in the presentation. So I'm a little confused.
It's not in the presentation, but the policy 4.04.1 is on page 24 of that 64-page packet.
Also, you're picking
So since it
something
was-
in that packet.
So since it was there, I thought, do we need to tweak, while we're taking a bite of this apple, do we need to tweak that wording? And it could be the answer is,
I think it's.
no, Scott, that's too much of a level of detail. We're fine staying at the function.
That would be my
function
answer.
level. But I want to at least ask the question, because it's
Does that happen
Thumbs up.
often, or?
everyone.
You might, at
Every
the end of
month.
the year, you
Every
might
month.
get, if you've got something, if you've got some left in utilities, possibly, it might move over to, they might take some, if they see there's some extra in utilities, they might move something from utilities to,
You probably start seeing it more towards May and June,
Yeah.
when you get to the end of the year and you realize, oh, I didn't spend up all my budget that I
Or I didn't
originally thought I
budget
was
enough
gonna
in
spend.
utilities.
Let's redirect those funds for what may be. So one example is transportation stood before you and said, hey, we didn't use all our money on fuel, which is the 0600 series code. We want to redo that and get some equipment or get some maintenance fixes or whatever it may be. And so that goes to, equipment's the 0600 series. Maintenance of items is the 0400 series. So that's moving between those object codes that he referred. Things like that do occur within their own budgets. But typically, as the Fayette County, and we kind of address that, that just doesn't occur because no department's going to give their budget up, willingly without the board directing them to do so. So
except
You
at the
do
end of
see
the year if
between
it's not
object
spent.
codes though.
I think we don't need to mirror the FIG
Yeah.
policy. I'm backing off on that. My only question, and it's just a question, could be the answer is no, is do we want to set a dollar level for moves on object code? Let's just say it had, any changes over $50,000 have to be approved by the board or something like that. Or are we needlessly hamstringing the managers of those different departments and the superintendent by putting that additional policy language in there?
So the money really is not going from one department to another, it's fluctuating within that department, and they have a budget for that department. So my answer is I don't want to hamstring the managers or the department heads to, you know, to get approval to move money within their budget that's already been approved.
I'd have to agree.
I already gave my answer.
Well, I can see some merit in what Scott's saying, if this is something that happens within a department every year. And say they budget this much for what they've got, and every year they end up with a new truck because, you know what I mean? They're going and saying,
But that
you know, we're
money's-
spending all this money on this right here, and at the end of the year, we got this much money left over in here. There is some merit in there, and I don't know whether that responsibility falls back to us when we start budgeting, say, listen, you guys have been going every year, and every year you've made a fund transfer to something else, and maybe, I don't know, I can see a little bit of merit in what you're, I don't want to hamstring somebody if we're sitting here talking about, oh, we've got, you know, within our department, we've got $180,000, let's just say that. And there's $5,000 that they didn't spend of saying you can't buy something else. But what I'm saying is that if every year the department is not spending money that they budgeted, but they found something else at the end of the year that they could do, I mean, to me, that's a little bit of poor planning. I'm not even saying it's happening. I don't even know if it does happen, if people just over budget and then they count on something at the end of the year. But I don't know how we fix that other than us just watching the budget all the time, unless, if I'm on the same wavelength you're on there, I'm not.
Yeah, I was saying, you know, to make it practical and not hamstring too much, that you put some really high number on there. And it could be the answer is not, that it's not needed right now. I want to bring the topic up, so
It may not be, I don't know.
at least we could have a brief conversation about it, and then maybe just monitor it more than.
Does it happen with a big amount like that?
We redid the budgeting process this year so that, to stop that, anything big items have been, we've made them budget for those up front and list those. You've got those in a list up front in your budget.
We talked about
So we,
that.
because it had happened in the past and we changed that so it shouldn't happen. But I don't know, you know, it may be that this has been a really warm winter. There may be $10,000 left in utility there that could go to pick up for, that could be pick up some equipment for a floor scrubber or something, you know, not anything major. I won't say that it wouldn't happen, but I will say that we do make them plan for and list any major equipment purchases up front in the budget. That's why you saw in the budget this year, and I even took some of them out that they asked for.
Well, It was kind of unusual, but what you just said in transportation did happen. It was, last month, the budget was $717,000 for supplies, and now it's $641, so it moved.
But we came to you because this was a different year. We came to you up front and said, we got this much savings, we know we're gonna have this much left in fuel because we didn't run bust. This was a different year, and that's why we came to you and asked you, could we, instead of using general fund or using contingency money, could we use some of the savings that's been generated to do some of this maintenance work that we need to do? So this year was a little different.
So say there is a surplus in account at the end of the year, and say it's, you know, $50,000-$60,000, do they need to get your approval before they go out and like purchase something like that, or do they come and say, hey, I got this left in my budget, I'm going to go
They
ahead?
do, they come in, and they will, that's what's supposed to happen. They come in and say, we got this much, and I'll sit with Alicia and I'll look at the budget, we'll go through. I don't even take their word on how much they've got left in their budget. We sit down, look at it, look at everything that's encumbered to make sure that they're not, you know, there's not other things that they've already spent that we haven't paid yet. We look at that. But this year, everything like that we did came right to you all.
So if there's something that, you know, is fairly questionable, would that
We'd
be,
go
I mean, you would say, well, you know, I don't know if I'm 100% on this, I
Yes.
think you may want to.
And there were things that were, there were things that were asked for even this year that I I can't support this that didn't come to you all. So any of that money that's left then will go back to general fund.
So-
At the end of the year, anything that's not spent will end up going back to a general fund.
So for the department managers to make an object code level move, do you or
I know.
the director of finance, you have to approve it?
Yes.
They can't do it, they've got to go to you, and if you say, this doesn't smell right, then you go down the hallway and say, let's talk
Correct.
about it, before you sign off on it.
Yes.
Okay.
See, what I would like to have, because these two people are the first line of developing the budget, and they're gonna meet with Alicia and probably with Mr. Christie as well, is for Alicia to say, listen, for 5 straight years, you've over budgeted by 50,000, you've been buying things at the end, you know, somebody's gotta make a decision, maybe.
What we did.
And have we not had this exact
That's-
And
conversation?
that's kind of the conversation that we had
That's the
last year,
exact conversations we
that
had.
when we started talking about how to do the budget, and it created some things when we started asking for the big things up front, so I mean, it's kind of what has happened, but, you know, you guys as the first line of defense for meeting with departments about budgets have got to say, you know, guys, you've over budgeted for this many years, and I'm not talking about a utility, because nobody can predict that, that's just not going to happen, so, but I'm not so sure we need to put language in, but, you know, we do have to trust the people that build the budget year after year to do it, if it's the anomaly.
You're going to
it's
see
an
every
anomaly.
purchase that's made anyway.
Yeah.
I think it's been a useful discussion. I appreciate you all allowing me that 5 or 10 minutes to at least talk about it. I think after the discussion, and I'm not sure that we need to make any wording changes at this point in time on that policy 4.1, but I appreciate y'all letting me talk about it.
I'll make a motion to consider approval first reading with policy updates as presented.
Motion by Mr. Tolby. I'll second that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 6, Mr. Christie, consider review and approval of procedure updates.
The recommendation, my recommendation to approve all policies as written. And
Procedures.
with the exception of policy or procedure number 04.31 AP1. I think she just gave you a copy of that one.
That's when you all got a copy of just a second ago. And this is also in regards of just looking at policies and always trying to improve internal controls. The old original procedure currently has an item in it that's on page 1. Number 4, it says if purchases exceed 500, the purchase requisition is to be approved by the district finance officer, and if the purchase is less than 500, the principal shall sign the purchase order. So currently, we have in place a 2-entry system. If it's that 500 under, they can do what we call a purchase order entry, and I don't see it till it makes it up here. It's already been ordered, placed, invoice comes, and I'm just looking at it before we cut the check. If it's over 500, it comes through a requisition approval system that I see it up front before the purchase order ever gets created. And I can look and make sure coding on it is correct. If it's in that threshold dollar-wise with all of our procurement standards, I can, you know, before it gets approved, we can say, hey, did you get your quotes? Did you bid this? Is it on the approved vendor list? To make sure we're staying compliant with procurement. And so I would just ask that that line be taken off completely is what the request was, so that it all goes through requisition entry now, and we're seeing every single purchase, even if it's a penny. Just kind of the internal control piece of seeing it up front beforehand. And then there's just a few other, when reading through the policy after having that changed, that's highlighted on the news, just some words changing the way it's written, because it was kind of just redundant the way it was written, so we just cleaned up some wording on some stuff.
Again, this has already been through KSBA pre-approval once too. It's been presented to you.
This smells like a good change, this part.
I
I
hope-
appreciate your all's continued work on, trying to fine tune this, because it obviously will bring more to you all, but based upon things that have happened, it sounds wise.
That is always the intention, anytime something is brought before you all, is to improve processes.
You in charge?
Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item number 6 as presented.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Lisa.
Number 7, consider approval of New Vista Memorandum of Agreement. Mr. Christie. And Bridget.
Yeah, these memorandums of agreement, I can speak to 7, 8, 9, they're the same as they have been in the past. They're ones, the only change was with, I think Mountain Comp has had a name change, but it's still, the agreements are the same as what we've had in the past. These all can work with their SPED and mental health population.
Good to you, Mr. Thomas?
It is, I guess, with respect to Mountain Comp, while we don't provide them any financial, we are actually providing them access. So they have a room or a space that we're providing them at no cost for that service.
They provide a person at every building, a counselor, social worker type counselor, mental health counselor at every building, every facility.
No, what do? We provide them space, so we're not writing them a check, but we're giving them financial benefit.
No, they can bill Medicare. They don't.
The space in our building.
Yeah, the space, the actual
Oh,
office.
we
that
give
they're
them
using.
space, yes, they have an office. Just
So,
they
while
can't
we're not
call
writing
them.
them checks, we're giving them a financial benefit. We're spending essentially tax dollars by letting them utilize our space.
We're
I'm not against it, I'm just
Yeah,
But
clarifying.
in return, they're working with their students.
No.
in-
And I think he's not it's not an accusatory, I'm just trying to get in my head,
Yes.
We don't provide any out-of-pocket for them.
No.
In reviewing this, we don't provide any out-of-pocket. But in looking at that, they're actually present in our facility, so we are in essence giving them space. They're not having to rent office space from us. We're saying, here's a room, your Mountain Comp person goes in here, so that they can be on site at all times.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's right. And in return, they work with multiple numbers of students on it.
Sure, no, I think it's a good program.
Do they do any home visits, like since we've had these NTI days, are they?
I want to say yes, as much as they could under conditions allowed to do home visits, and so have some of the others. So have our counselors in our buildings done home visits under the circumstances, what the circumstances would allow as far as in-home visits and in person with kids.
Here's Bridget.
These folks also work with parents. Bridget's here if you've got any other questions. I'm sorry, I didn't know she was out here. She stayed.
Yay!
Hello, everybody.
So, the New Vista, just to clarify, that wasn't the Mountain Comp, they were Bluegrass.
Bluegrass Mountain, Bluegrass Comprehensive Care.
Yeah, and
And
they
it's-
changed their name.
And to clarify, that's still the same entity, but they just
Changed their
did
names.
just change their names. It's not like we're talking about new people. New Vista didn't come in and change. It's the same people that rebranded themselves.
Right, they
It's a new
actually,
code.
mid-year changed their names this past year. So for moving forward, we make sure to use the correct and most up-to-date name.
Same people,
Same people, yes, sir.
give or take.
Yeah, give or take.
This is Nancy, can I ask you a question? There's so many emails going back and forth today, and which one was there was a revision that came across email of adding like item K, was that the Mountain Comp?
Nine.
That was national, that was NYAP.
Oh,
National
okay.
Youth Advocate
Item
Program.
9. Item 9.
All right. And that was in there last year, which is omitted.
And their copy that they sent us did not have it on there. They had left it off. We contacted them, they put it back in. That was the part about the required background checks. Those are required.
Yeah, I thought it was just a copy thing. That's on number 9, so we'll just
Yeah.
note that when we get to
Your
9.
number 7 is New Vista.
Anybody else have any questions? I don't know how far into this you were.
No, we were just on number 7.
Make a motion to approve number 7 is written.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Tobey, second by Ms. Richardson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 8, consider approval of Mountain Comp Care Memorandum of Agreement.
They do home visits.
They do. Do they also have an office in the
That's-
schools?
That's the people that.
That's the same, okay,
Mountain Comp is the one that does hold offices within the schools.
okay.
Any questions on number 8? Anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make that motion,
Motion by Mr. Heisel,
as written, or as proposed, rather, in the package.
Second.
second by Mr. Pearl. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 9, consider approval of National Youth Advocate Program I cannot say that word to save my,
Memorandum.
I've tried. Memorandum of Agreement. Any questions?
Oh, there was a revised one sent this afternoon.
Yes, and it's the one that, in the first one that was in your packet, item K was inadvertently left off, and it's been added, the addendum added
E, I
K.
think.
Okay.
That was to ensure that all required background checks were done.
Any other questions? If not, would anybody like to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve item 9 is written.
Motion by Mr. Tobey,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Richardson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Item number 10, consider approval and renewal of the part-time instructor at the Area Technology Center for EMT Certification Program in the amount of $7,307.
We've been doing this for a couple of years now. This is where we've increased the number of students in the EMT program, and trying to work toward working through EKU with the paramedic program. This is the instructor that teaches those classes. Any other part of the salary picked up by the vocational school funds from training. I think this is in the same amount that we've done the last year or two.
So does Frankfurt pick up any of that cost?
Yeah, they pay all of the instructors and administration out there. They give us so much a year. Speaking off of that lease here, it's about $75,000 or $80,000 they give us toward utilities and things in that building. They pay all the staff. Now, because we've increased this program and added a program that's not their program, we're having to pick up part of the cost, and that's what we're doing on this. Now, there is a thing, just the time to throw it out there, there's some talk, if boards are interested in taking over the vocational school and making it part of George Rogers Clark Vocational or Clark County Vocational instead of the area tech, there is a way through to do that now. And they're offering, I think if you want to take it over the first year, they'll pay 100% of the costs, just like they always do. The second year, they drop to 75%. And I think it stays somewhere between 50 and 75%. They'll continue to put toward the program. If you want to take over, you have to pick up all the staff with the exception of that 50. It goes down to between 50 and 75%, somewhere there after the second year. So that's something we probably, that just, has just come up, and they're just making that an option that districts can have. As an area tech, we're supposed to be able to take students from other counties, and we offer that, but it's just very difficult with scheduling, getting them in under the schedule, and so they're making a way that if a district wants to take over the vocational school, they can with minimal support from the state. We'd be adding those teachers at about, after the second year, about 50% of the cost, so it's still a pretty good deal. Then we can add programs as we saw fit, remove programs. We're not obligated to do just their programs. You can pick up culinary arts, you can pick up other things if we have need for it here in the district.
How do we offset those costs?
How would we?
Yeah.
Well,
Do we get additional sick money by doing that?
No, because they're already theirs. Now, there might be some additional money if you had other counties that you open it up to, there's some additional funding. But that's one of the reasons. Well, there was the same thing at what's Phoenix Academy now. We used to take them from other counties, and we got a portion of their seat funding. But it was very difficult when I first came here. We weren't collecting that, and so they chose not to take them from other counties. Or we started getting a little more active on billing. We stopped getting students from other counties. I'm not aware of any additional seat funding.
Make a motion to approve item 10.
Motion by Mr. Tobey,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Richardson. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 11, discussion and approval of topics supplemental to the one-to-one Chromebook project approved on the June 3rd, 2020.
Thank you all. This is, I know I put a lot of documents at number 11 there. I wasn't sure exactly what you wanted to see again and what you didn't. But there are essentially four items for consideration. One is new and three are old from the previous meeting. The new one is what we touched on a little bit at the last meeting, which is purchasing Chromebooks for teachers. I threw 8 different, that's on document 11E. I gave you 8 different prices for 8 different situations. So those are 8 different ones you could consider for approval, or vote on none of them, or vote on some of them, or excuse me, one of them. And you see kind of the options. Option A, you have is one type of Chromebook. It's got less RAM or less memory than option B, which has double the memory, which would be my recommendation, Mr. Christie's recommendation, simply because that doubling up the memory would be close to essential to have a good asynchronous video conference, Google Meet, for instance. It's the reason why all the Google Meets we do for these last several board meetings are on a computer that has 16 gigs of RAM. Then you see for each option it's broken down. Possible people you could purchase the Chromebooks for: K through 12 certified, K through 12 people with a classroom, 3rd through 12 certified, and 3 through 12 people with a classroom. The other 3 items for consideration come from document 11B. That's the 32 Chromebook carts for a total of $22,000. Also, potential staff increase, and whether it's stipends for Chromebook people at each school, or you can see the 4 options there. And then also the final old item for consideration is if we wanted to at some point recoup some of the costs, and that might not be a discussion for this board meeting.
Any questions for Mr. Justin?
Have we received the funding yet for, from the government for?
I think we have access to it.
CARES Act? When you say we have access to it?
I don't know, well, yes, and I can't tell you if it's actually, they're going to deposit money in that you've got to use, or if it's an account that we just draw from. I do know the amounts of the two that we've gotten, and it's a total of about 1.5 million combined between the two. And you have 2 years to use it. One of them, the Elementary and Secondary Act monies, it's a lot more, it's about 1.2 million, and the CARES Act money is only about 300,000.
And this would be one of the purchases
This is
that we
allowed, this is
qualify.
an allowable purchase.
Okay.
And it is an allowable purchase. And I think when you decided to do the Chromebooks, that's where you decided you wanted to use the money for the Chromebooks from. So any of these other items that you might choose could come from there.
We did go ahead, and the very next day after you all approved the Chromebooks, we did order them. So it's being processed now. We have a conference call on Wednesday with Lenovo, CDWG, Lenovo, just talking about logistics and where they're going to be dropped off and that sort of thing.
What about internet? Have we figured out a plan there?
There's a lot up in the air right now. It's probably the thing that's most varied. We have I've looked at 6 different things so far, and as the final pricing comes in on all 6 of these things, we'll have to sit down with Mr. Christie and say which of the 6 we want to go with. I talked to Mr. Christie through email that our Wi-Fi bus project is actually, if we proceed with it, would be a pilot. We would be one of the first ones to do that with Extreme Networks. The way Wi-Fi buses currently work now, the few that get approved by KDE require somebody from KDE or KETS, which is their technology portion of KDE, come in and rework the switches and our core router, and sometimes it gets approved and sometimes it doesn't. This new way of doing it by Extreme Networks, they're waiting on approval from KDE, which should happen within the next 2 weeks, essentially bypasses somebody from KDE coming into our district and us opening up a port on our firewall to let it in. So it uses something called an IPsec VPN tunnel. So it's like a secure VPN tunnel to get from the bus to the district. So that's one thing. We had talked before about putting access points at the gym, which would be obviously basically wouldn't charge us anything at all. As far as personal Wi-Fi hotspots, I talked to Sprint today. We have about 20 right now, which I know isn't a lot for an entire district, but we have 20 right now we just give out to students that were in need. If we went beyond that, that would require opening up a corporate account. It wasn't something I wanted to get into at that point, because I have a meeting on Wednesday with AT&T about setting up hotspots there. I have some contacts with Boyle County and Fayette County who have tried to do the same thing. And there's a couple other things we talked about, USB jump drives for students and uploading assignments that way. If we went that route, our TRTs would come in very handy with setting up like how-tos and walking everybody through it, walking teachers through it, putting stuff on the web. And the last thing, and I apologize because the schematics for this just came in, and so he hasn't had a chance to see it, but these external access points that we met with our Extreme Network partners, our network engineer, Joel Johnson, myself, had about an hour-and-a-half meeting with him, and they drew out, and that's what this is up here, schematics and priced out how it would look at 5 or 6 of our different locations. So essentially what's going on here, and so I just threw it up here, is this is Campbell, for example. What Extreme does is they put one access point, you can kind of see it here. You can kind of see it here. And this access point has a radius of 120 degrees and extends 100 to 100 feet out. And then anywhere where there's a light pole, so here, and here, this access point can mesh to that access point, which can mesh to that access point. And so each of these access points actually have a 360-degree 360-degree radius. And so anyone that's in 100 feet of this access point or this access point also has that connectivity. And because it's tunneled into our school, it's on our network. So it has the same filtering, same internet filter. It's easier for us to troubleshoot than if we just hand somebody like an AT&T mobile hotspot. And so there's schematics have been done for Campbell. We didn't like the one on Conroy. The back lot of GRC, again, we have 4 different access points there. Justice, it's a grass field here, but I think this got...
No, it's a parking lot now.
Yeah, it's parking lot
It's
now.
asphalt.
So that would be a great spot for there. The backside is sheer, we'd have to leave the gates open to allow people in there. That's the front of sheer. And then Strode Station, that's the Frisky building there, we felt like was the best location. Because we also try to keep in mind buses, because if it's a true NTI day, there's not going to be buses. But if we're in a situation where it's, an A-day, B-day, where half the students are at home, half are at school, buses would come into play. So that's the other thing we kind of keep into play there. And that whole scenario is about $8,600. And we felt like that would be a good
It
solution.
does require folks to come onto your lot. I mean,
That's what I was going to say. So that would require,
That requires somebody.
it's kind of defeating the purpose though, because if parents are working, they're not going to be able to bring them on the lot until after they're off work.
Right, and we don't shut it down at the end of, like it's,
Yeah, I know, but when you get off work, that's 6, 7 o'clock, those kids are going to be trying to get their homework at night.
yeah, it's one
Yeah,
solution that
sitting in a
might
parking
work.
lot.
It's one solution that might work for some families and might not work for some families, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, that's,
On the bus theory, could you put that on to like our food buses? If we're there for lunch, and could you add it to that and while they're there eating lunch or?
Transient though, your food buses.
Yeah, they don't sit very long, 15, 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes max at one spot, but, so they're out moving around, so they're all about. But, that would be could be kind of hit and miss. That, putting them on a bus, making a bus a hotspot, it still involves taking the bus somewhere out in the community, probably parking it, and you can't lock a bus up, the doors. And you've got radios, and you've got the hotspot equipment, you've got a lot of technology on buses, it's just sitting out.
I still think that's going to defeat your purpose too, because you still got to get to the bus.
Well, yeah, within a certain.
Right, out in the county is where you're having the issue with these kids getting in it, because
I
in
think the
in
hotspots
town.
that you're looking at pricing on, we're still,
Because you're mainly, it's Trapp, Pilot View, those are the areas out that way where I'm at, and those are the areas that can't get access to the internet. In town, you can usually pick it up somewhere. You're within walking distance or something, but in the country, you really can't walk anywhere to get.
Did Extreme share with you any sort of, do they do any municipal, municipal wireless equipment? I know some, like large cities, they light up their city, okay? And I know that, we don't, we probably couldn't do that, but is there more powerful access points that they have that we may not be looking at?
Not to my knowledge, but I can certainly ask on Wednesday. Maybe.
And I know this is outside of my scope. Is there any way that you all could use another government building, like the courthouse, or to do any of these access points, or do they need to be tied to a school?
They don't necessarily need to be tied to the school any more than the Wi-Fi buses could be tied to a school. Like you're still sending a wireless signal out there.
My previous history, was working on the Lexington project, and we was looking at putting wireless access points on utility poles, and you had to get permission from the utility company to do that. That's probably still the same, I would think, I don't know. It's been several years ago.
Yeah, it's something to look into. It's something I will look into.
We have to get permission when we're doing things to go to utility pole, so I'm sure that probably some lights that you just get to put stuff if you go on pole to pole.
There's a company over in Montgomery County called Kentucky Wi-Fi, and I think they offer a sort of a broad area Wi-Fi service. They're not in Clark County at this point in time, and I think they have issues with where to put it, because I think they're on water towers in Montgomery County. Maybe they haven't had those opportunities here. You might have a conversation with them.
I've got access to a couple of towers.
Katie suggests highly that we stay away from Kentucky Wired, and we have the same thing that Kentucky Wired does.
Kentucky Wi-Fi,
Okay.
not Kentucky Wired.
Okay.
It's a private entity.
Paul, I'm just
I didn't mean to step on your,
That's out
no,
of
I'm just
my
clarifying.
way.
It's not Kentucky Wired, it's Kentucky Wi-Fi.
I understand.
You said you're meeting with AT&T. Wonder if they would, and again, I know you know all this, but, lease us some dark fiber and, I've done this area, like for track or, way out
They've been
there.
putting fiber out on my road for 3 years and we've yet to see the fiber.
Well,
I mean, that's just
they
what they
probably
keep
got fiber
telling us.
some- Yeah, they probably got fiber somewhere.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. They keep saying, oh, we're getting it out there, it's coming, we're gonna put you on the list. When it's there, we'll let you know. 3 years ago, we were told
If
this.
we could get a couple of strands of fiber and put one of our access points out there,
That'd be great.
and not have to wait on them to build the infrastructure. Because they probably put fiber out way before they're gonna put the infrastructure
Yeah.
in. So the fiber's already there. Maybe, I don't know.
We can look into it.
Do you know what the public library does right now? Do they have their access points pointed towards the parking lot?
Can't say for sure.
I'm not sure.
Sorry, I know I'm beating this, but I mean, I just live it. HughesNet is all that I have, and we see how well that works. And I have 4 kids, so, you put it all in different grades.
No, that's, those are all good questions and definitely worth looking into. It's just so many different options.
No,
And
yeah.
what one of the issues is what one, hotspot might work in this neighborhood, 500 feet away is no signal because, you're halfway down the hall or whatever.
Oh, well, we have a Verizon hotspot as well, because I thought that might work and solve some of this problem while it doesn't work in one room away. So, yeah.
And that's one of the things that scares me is purchasing a lot of devices that when the kids take them home are like, this doesn't work.
Yeah.
There's one bar, and aside from getting in my car and driving to every kid's house.
You go from 10
Come on,
to
Justin,
12, and now
be a team
1,000.
player.
I got Justin not to the meeting with. Haven't seen him in 4 months.
Does anybody have any more questions for Justin or want to make a motion or,
Well, there's several things we need to,
yeah.
several options, I guess he's giving us here. Which one do we want to look at first? The Chromebooks for the teachers. I
Well,
think that was the first item that you had.
Do we know how many Chromebooks, or how many teachers that don't have Chromebooks that need them? Instead of just blanketing saying, buy them for all, and then maybe all don't need them, or some have them?
No, I don't have that information. Teachers will either have a desktop which they couldn't use, or a laptop that might be older. I know most of the Chromebook purchases the last several years have gone for student use. If any of the principals want to jump in and correct me, that's certainly fine. But most of the teacher devices have been desktops, like Lenovo desktops, or Windows laptops. So there's not I haven't been a lot of Chromebook purchases for teachers that I'm aware of.
So on your count, there's a proposed 1,146 Chromebooks. If you add all these 4 numbers up. Is the theory that every teacher would get one and every administrator within a school gets one? Who gets what into that 1,146 count?
Okay, no, it's not 1146. Each of those dashes is a separate choice.
I would so the 360 and the 261, and the 312 and the 213?
360.
Are those not
Yes.
quantities?
Yes, those are quantities of staff members.
So that's 1,146 then.
We're not adding those.
You don't, it's, those are.
One or the other.
You don't add them up, it's just, you just choose one of those. Whether you want to get 360 devices or 261 devices.
Now I'm not freaking out as much. Should've told me already. Okay, thank you for that clarification,
Yeah.
fellows.
So I mean, it's not a concern, I guess it's more of a question, is the teachers going to use these while they're in class, if they're in class at school? Or are they only planning to use these if we're in NTI day or, kids are in school?
I think that's part of the plan, and when we talk about that later, but to come back into the classroom, there's going to have to be a lot more of the online type stuff that's done. So I'm thinking that the teachers are going to be in front of one doing the lesson where the students can have access. They can actually have virtual classrooms where they can't, now when these kids go out, they can't have the virtual classrooms. They're going to need this to do virtual classrooms.
I mean, I would hope they
Now,
would utilize
to
the
do the virtual
technology.
classrooms, you got to have the internet access. So that's, and the Chromebooks that are coming are the ones, they have the thumb drive. So for places where we're able to do now work assignments on thumb drives and hand out thumb drives and collect thumb drives instead of all these packets of things that when they do that. And that equalizes the internet access a little bit, but that still limits you. You don't have the option to do teacher-led classrooms type things without that internet part.
So let's just take the high school, for instance, it could be any school, but say, for instance, they're in the classroom, all the students are in the classrooms, one-on-one with the teacher, and 50% of all the Chromebooks are being utilized at any one time. Do we have enough access points and coverage to cover that in the high school if everybody decides to open up the Chromebook and get on right immediately?
I believe we do, yeah.
Okay.
According to the calculations we made as far as bandwidth and access points and range.
Okay. Well, if we're going to use the CARES Act grant, I'm in favor of the option of the K through 12 certified teachers and admin, 360 units, 429,000.
For the faster model.
That faster model, I think that's what you recommended.
Mhm.
And Mr. Christie recommended.
Yes.
Just the faster model.
It's the fast model and get everybody one.
Hmm.
Yes, K through 12, and the teachers and administrators.
I'm good with that.
Is that too many, Mr. Christie?
No, that's the
Is it
numbers. I
overkill?
mean, but that's if that's too many, I mean, that's the numbers of teachers and administrators. That's what it would take to,
So that means,
To cover
so
it.
teachers will have their Chromebook and then will also have their.
their desktop, laptop, whatever else they have.
Administrators would also need this?
Administrators I think that's something, I would probably lean on Justin a little bit more on that. I do think it's important for teachers, if teachers are going to have access to the students and going to be having students do things on these, that they have one that they can actually model, they can do the things just like they're asking the students to do, send work out through those. I think it's important that the teachers have them. Administrators, now you're getting down, when you're getting into, you're dropping $34,000 or $35,000 to not do the administrative.
Would the administrators be, I would think if I was administrator, I would want a Chromebook so I would know how everything's being utilized and being able to use that technology, so when a teacher.
No doubt
comes
the
to
best
me-
option is the 360, putting them out there to everybody, so everybody's on a level playing field, everybody's doing the same thing, seeing the same thing, using the same equipment.
And when the teacher has a possible question or issue, hopefully the administrator has trained themselves to know enough to assist. Instead of saying, well, I've never opened my Chromebook, I've never used it. Hopefully that's not the case.
We're going to need, now you're getting down into the part about the TRTs and what we're going to do there to service these things and work on them. You're adding 360 more Chromebooks. It's got to be maintained. And they're coming to us set up. but there's always things that has to be done to them, so. It's going to increase, we're gonna have to do one of those 4 options that he talked about with the TRT there, so.
Everyone's on the same platform, isn't it easier to push out updates?
Say that
It's on, everybody's on the
If
same
everyone's on
platform,
the
it's
same
easier to
platform,
push
it's
out
easier to push out
updates.
updates.
Correct. One of our technicians operates something called a Google Admin Console, and from there you can push out updates and configurations. We made it so students can install extensions, which can cause viruses and teachers can't. That's sort of minute configurations.
Now, if we go ahead with the 360, do we have enough carts and things, or?
If you're, our conversations and everything, I'm not prepared to recommend buying carts right now for all these, because they're gonna be assigned to students, and they come with a charger just like their cell phones. They manage to keep the cell phones charged. I think that's an expectation of if we're in school and using these in places, it's their responsibility to bring them to school chargers. And they'd have, if you had 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 in a room that theirs wasn't charged, they could be seated near an outlet where they could actually plug them in and still work on them. But the charging carts, hopefully these things are in the hands of students and they're not going to be sitting in the building. They're going to be in the hands of the students. So the carts are there at school.
That's that was mentioned last time, is I think you brought up the cards, and that was a recommendation last time, is wait and see how they're utilized before you purchase cards.
That's what Mr. Christian had felt was the right thing to do.
I remember the cost on this, it's cost savings on not doing the cart flips.
It's like $20,000.
Is there a special
They took that.
going on for cards?
I don't think so.
Thought I saw 50% off or something. Promotional price, right?
Yeah, actually there was, I think on the document I attached.
Why is the preschool not included in any way?
Well, the computers that, the Chromebooks that we bought wasn't an issue to go 1-to-1 from 3rd grade up. Now, some of those, they probably have some in the building that they utilize, but I'm not sure if they're sending Chromebooks home with preschool.
Well, no, I was talking about teachers.
Yeah, I think we need to agree with, using a couple extra, how many teachers are in preschool?
Bunch.
Yeah, there's 3 schools. Of course, you got the system, you got an assistant in every room. There's two adults per room.
Yeah, but we're not looking at assistants here, right? We didn't include that in calculation. We're just looking at
I only did certified.
certified.
teachers.
Certified.
And the theory to include K through 2nd grade is, even though you're not 1-to-1, potentially with putting those in hands of those teachers, they can maybe develop some things that some of their students might be able to utilize.
Yes,
That's the concept.
yes. And use in the classroom when their students have returned.
Guys, I'm just gonna tell you, Cash has been playing with the Chromebook and iPad since he was 3 years old.
Yes.
There's a lot that they can do on those. I mean, that's,
I see the general philosophy on why a lot of the admins ought to have, but I'm not sure that we need 100 or 99 more for every single admin. That number might be a little high.
I'm sorry, what are you looking at?
Of just the difference between the teachers at 261 and 360 admins, so you got 99 admins that you're buying for. I don't know if every single one of those 99.
That is, so the difference between the 261 and the 360 isn't just admins, but it's also special ed teachers who are also certified, but they aren't. And they wouldn't fall under the K through 12 full classroom teachers. That's what that 261 was teachers that had a full classroom. I was just trying to provide many options.
I'm glad you did. So this would benefit the special ed teachers as well,
Correct. Right, because they're,
and that includes them.
yes,
The 360.
The
360.
because all sped.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why
Certified
you leaving them out. To me, you get as many as you can now on them.
Yeah.
This is the goal.
Well, I'll make the first motion to approve the purchase of K through 12 certified teachers and admins of 360 Chromebooks at $360.50 apiece for $129,780.
Motion by Mr. Tolby.
We specified the fund that comes out of.
For the, yeah, thank you, for the
CARES Act.
CARES Act grant.
I'll second that. All those in favor, say aye.
Yeah.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Did you vote?
Well, sure do.
Okay. I
I got
didn't
my
hear you
mask-
over
I
there.
got my hand mask here.
Okay, I didn't know if you were just thinking about it. I was just making sure, Scott, make sure you're still breathing over there. We're talking about
Oh,
money.
thank
Make sure
you.
you were okay.
Thank you.
Okay, now, moving on. So, we said no on the cards, correct?
On the cards.
Was anybody,
Well, that was not part of his motions.
well, that's true. Well, I know, but I think he was wanting to look at things separate. Okay.
I think we just, I agree with Mr. Christie, we kind of wait and see.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then there was another item listed, this, it's just a quote confirmation from what we did last time from CDW. Is that all that was a confirmation?
Which one?
In our packets, quote confirmation, CDWG for $117,883.
Oh, that was no, that was just a quote for the model that you voted on just now. And I just needed a base. I don't remember what the quantity was on it, but I just needed some sort of base number
Okay.
to get a quote.
Okay.
So you got what you needed from us?
Yeah, unless you want to
Talk about the,
discuss the staffing.
The TRT, I knew that's where he was.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew
That's,
Yeah.
okay, sorry.
that's huge. It is huge to add. Looking at the, page of that on about the difference.
So yeah, with this is just kind of to revisit from last time, it's, we're adding the 949 Chromebooks and now another 360. That brings it up to about 6,000 devices total. And so Mr. Christie and I had talked about some ways to people manage this, such as having a stipend for a Chromebook support person at each school, or hiring a part-time employee or employees that would kind of rotate through the schools and be the Chromebook person and handle the in and out of repairs. Hiring another district technician, or if you decide not to go with either of those three, then I would probably be forced to take one of my TRTs. I have 3 of them who are primarily, their job is to implement, like do lead PDs and train teachers on how to use the devices and how to implement them into their classroom instruction. I would have to take one of them and sort of make them make their first priority be the Chromebooks, and then do the TRT stuff when they can. But that would be no cost to you all.
can you use any of the CARES money for employee or stipends?
Yes, however, you're putting somebody in place here that the CARES money's gonna run out, and the Chromebooks aren't gonna go away. So that's a kind of a temporary fix for it.
Yeah. Do you know if you have staff in each school that would feel comfortable if you, when you talk about the stipends, do you think you have staff in each school that could do that?
Is there staff at each school that could handle the job responsibilities?
In addition to
Or
what
even
they're
know
already
how to
doing.
do it.
In addition to what they're already doing.
That's
We gotta
right.
Keep that on.
I don't know, that's a pretty blanket statement, but I feel like there's at least one at each school that could handle the responsibilities.
And this, if we're gonna give them, pay an additional stipend, they would do this outside of the normal hours then?
They would have to.
Okay.
You can't take them out of the classroom. I mean,
So if you have a teacher that's getting a stipend to do this and they're teaching and someone has an issue, you know, she or he would not be able to just leave their classroom to go take care of it.
Yeah, that's true.
What would be the cost of hiring?
I'm checking on it right now.
Okay.
I knew that was coming.
I mean, and this is a huge project, the way I look at it. I mean, we're looking at providing Chromebooks for every kid, and every student in the district, and every administrator and teacher in the district. There should be a dedicated person that, and I don't know if this would be a full-time job. I mean, the way I look at it, may be a full-time job, to be able to take care of that infrastructure, track that infrastructure, know where these Chromebooks are, you know, repair them and go through that process if need be.
Updating. I mean, after the first year, you're going to have a certain number of computers that we've already purchased. It's going to be ready to be updated, upgraded, those kinds of things. So there's a continual process there.
Like putting that load on someone at each school, maybe a little overwhelming. I don't know what y'all think.
I think that would just be almost a Band-Aid, to have somebody in the school help out, that it's gonna take some more horsepower. Or realistically, it's gonna take time away from what they're doing during the daytime, interacting with kids to fix these problems. I mean, it's a real pickle that we have, that, you know, we've got to continue the physical mode of educating the kids we have now, then layer on top of it, you know, the virtual model, not an either or, but we've got to be able to have the capability to do both. It's quite a challenge.
$500,000 investment, you gotta take care of it. I mean, you gotta find something there.
The
And who knows what we can do, and I mean, you know, basically, in the future, look at summer school virtually.
Yeah.
Just lots of
and
things
We've even,
that you could do with these things and having people around to.
we've talked about
Take
if we
care of
are in
it.
school full-time, the possibility of doing some virtual classes, evening classes and things like that. Teachers recording classes during the day, so students can bring that up on their laptops at home to replay that class, to re-listen to the instruction. I mean, this opens up a lot.
Opportunity for tutoring.
Yeah.
I mean, same way, there's lots of things I think that you could do with what you have, once all kids have access to that, and give you some opportunities, and like I said, it's a pretty big investment that, you know, you gotta take care of. I mean, you really do. I mean, we built facilities out there, we put extra maintenance in because we knew we had to take care of facilities. I mean, you know, this is, you know, a lot of these go down, and a lot of people don't get what they
You're
need.
talking about for a TRT, it's a teacher salary is what it is. It's a teacher, it's the same as a teacher salary. So that, it could depend, it starts out at about 40. So it would depend on how many years' experience they had. That could go up from 40. You know, they're paid on a teacher salary. The TRTs are.
Benefits on top of that.
Yeah.
So you average, you're probably looking 50 to 60.
50, 60.
Would be an average, and sometimes.
That's what we figure on teachers in budgeting.
I know there's companies out there that can support remotely, but I just don't think that would fit in this scenario. You know,
The last 2 months has shown us that the school system's a little different.
Yeah.
The teachers need hands-on, students need hands-on. There's only so much we can do remotely.
yeah.
Oh, we've managed. But I don't want to just manage with this project.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of potential other than just helping us out in this situation. I mean, there's a lot of potential.
Long-term.
Of things that you can do because of this investment.
I believe you almost have to have dedicated.
I think so.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
I'll make a motion that we give you approval to our additional district technician to support the Chromebook project.
I have one.
Oh,
The district technician, our other district technicians are classified. Our TRTs are certified.
TRT, we're talking about a TRT.
What's TRT stand for?
Technology resource teacher?
Okay.
They're just gonna-
Do we need a TRT for somebody with certification? Do we have
Well,
jobs?
You know, that's a question, Justin, do they need to have that? You know, you're putting someone to working with these to address teaching strategies and use in a teaching classroom situation, so that's the reason for the TRTs, working with the teachers in the classroom. They've got the teaching certification in addition to that. Now, if this is just somebody to service them and to do that, you know, that's a question. I'd lean on Justin to say, do we need a teacher certification for that? Or do we need?
I don't think we need a teacher certification. I think if we could have one more staff, it would be a classified district technician. This would be more repairing the Chromebooks. They're going to get brought in with damaged keyboards and broken screens, and they're going to need to be repaired on the spot or sent off, depending on whether it's the damage protection ones or the ones that aren't. I just wanted to make sure that was clarified.
So they would be in the same position as the classified.
That's what he's
we're looking
saying.
for right now.
That's what he's saying, to do what he's looking
We feel
for.
like we're good on TRTs, but we need
With-
one
if we-
more to work with the staff that three, did you say we have right now?
3 TRTs.
Or three, no, I'm talking about the classified level. I mean, you have.
You call it a district technician? What do you-
District technician.
We have 2 district technicians right now and 3 TRTs.
We want 3 and 3, is that what we're saying?
That's, would be my recommendation.
So we're looking to be paid on
It's
the
gonna- it's
classified
gonna be
side.
less-
And
it's
there's
gonna be less.
already a job
Yes, there
description
is.
for that.
And a pay scale, yeah. And it's going to be less than a regular full teacher, certified teacher.
So you'd be looking more in the 40, 35 to
Less,
40
yeah,
maybe.
less than that probably.
Just depending on their experience and what you might have.
Well, I'll stand by my motion, then hire another district technician.
So you're amending it?
No,
No, I'm
no,
keeping-
his.
Oh, that's what yours
that
was?
his language at the very
Okay.
beginning.
I'm sorry, I thought
TRT
you.
is a
Is
district.
that the exact job title? District technician, there, I see a technician, technology trainer.
Are you on the technology department website? The webpage?
No, on the salary schedule.
Say that again, I believe that's the exact.
So on the I just wanted to try to clarify what we're getting here. There's a job code called technician-technology trainer.
Yes, that is
It
it.
sounds like TRT to me because it's trainer.
TRT is literally called a technology resource teacher.
And
Okay.
this is under the classified job class
Technician
code.
trainer.
So what are you doing, a trainer or a
No, district technician.
technician?
But you want to call it a what?
Well, I'm not sure.
The Bill's got the motion on the floor.
Bill's describing it as a district technician.
That's what was described. That's
And
right.
I think more specifically, if somebody wants to know what we got, that the actual job class code wording is that district technician is a technician, technology trainer.
That's the correct wording, yes.
So, but
Is
it's,
that what I need to
it's the same
say?
thing. The district technician is this job code 7531, class code 7531.
That's the class.
So you guys are both correct. You guys are
We already have
correct.
2
All right,
of those.
Mr. Tolby has the motion.
So I'll make an amendment to include that verbiage.
Which
Arlene,
which
do you have all
essentially just, in parentheses, class
good?
code 7531.
7531?
Yeah.
Do we need to verify that?
That is correct.
She's got
That is
you.
the correct
You
title.
got me?
And that is this.
Okay.
Would anybody like to second that?
Sure.
Was it you or just somebody would like to do it?
Oh, Gordy.
Leave that up.
All right, motion by Mr. Tolby, second by Mr. Peridot. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
You think we should take a little break at some point?
Yes, we will take a 10-minute break right now, Scott.
I like to make that motion.
Motion by Mr. Hartford. 51. And we are on number 12. Consider approval of the CCGIS contract renewal, CCGIS contract. Paul Christie, Donald Stump.
This is a contractual arrangement with the GIS Consortium, which is a partnership of multi-agencies in our community. We come before the board annually to ask you to continue supporting the service that they provide to us on an annual basis. The figure is the same as it has been the last several years, $32,000. Primarily, the service is used for bus routing. You can take the software and move lines across the maps, and it automatically calculates how many of our students live in those areas so that they can target how many kids can ride on a bus, and that's how they use that software to organize and slot our bus traffic before the beginning of the year. Also, some other services that we've used in the past with this particular service has been mapping. We can get any of the maps that we need for free, or not for free, based on the contractual arrangement. If we're looking at redistricting, or if we're looking at building construction, new construction, purchasing property, and things of that nature, we can go down and get maps as we need them. Also, the service provides support to our teachers. If they have a task or a curriculum plan that involves GIS mapping, Steve Berry and his staff are willing to go out to schools and work with teachers on helping implement that curriculum.
I take it you're happy with the work they're doing.
I think it's a necessary service, particularly for our transportation department. I don't know what they would do without it. It'd be trial and error, and it'd be pretty chaotic at the beginning of the school year.
How long have we been doing this?
As long as I can remember.
Yeah.
The rates have changed. We're, as I said, we're a partner with the.
We started out at 12,000, we weren't a full partner, and we were a little bit more limited in the services that they offered. When we became a full partner, 32,000. I think the city and county is the other two in the school system.
Another benefit that was brought to our attention in the recent past was the services raising the tax base in the community. They use the GPS mapping system to assess property in the community. When somebody builds something and they reassess that increases our tax base as well. So,
So the funding source is the general fund?
Muted.
yes.
Is that coming out of our contingency?
Some,
So,
Oh,
If we've done this every year.
Steve Berry's on mine.
oh, is it Steve?
Are you sure? It doesn't come out of the contingency, it's a budgeted line
It's a
item.
budgeted line item.
Okay, it might very well be.
Okay,
It's a
that's what I'm
budget-
asking.
It's a budgeted line item.
It's freaking us out.
That's-
And it's budgeted, so.
I was gonna say, why is it not budgeted? if we give us-
It is budgeted.
yeah.
It is, okay, thank you.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, I just started freaking out there.
I'm glad the clarification.
Any more questions or discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve item 12G.
Motion by Mr. Tolly,
Second.
second by Mr. Peridot. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 13, discussion and approval for return to athletics protocol.
That's Mr. Bowling you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Do you want to talk about this return to athletics? I can add to it also. You, Mr. Keen's there also?
Jamie's on here too. Yes.
Do you want to talk about it? How we come up with a plan?
Go ahead, Dave. Okay. We've just been paralleling some of the things that the governor has put forth, and KHSAA has been mirroring that also. So a lot of this plan, that when I put it together, then in conjunction with Mr. Boland and Mr. Christie, re-get a little bit of it. Some things have changed since I submitted this for that, with the biggest thing being the governor and KHSA allowed for gymnasiums to be open starting actually today. So there have been changes to this since I put it in there too. But it mirrors what KHSAA has put out, except for we all felt like right now with the field house not being completed and the weights not being in that facility just yet, to keeping the weight rooms closed for now, at least through July 12th. In this document, it also says gymnasiums are closed, but of course they can be open now if you all see fit to meet the parameters that KHS has put forth on that. Just goes through there, the pre-workout screening, again, the temperature checks, the health assessment that they've got to do every day. We've still got the limitations on gatherings. I put on there some potential possible workout areas. Well, the gymnasium could be added to that now. So yeah, again, a lot of this was just taken straight from the KHSA guidelines too, in different phases. I think the phase that we would be in, if approved, would be 2, and that would be June 16th to the 28th of June. And then phase 3 would begin June 29th to July 12th. And there has been nothing put out as of yet extending past July 12th.
I guess what we have in front of you all tonight would be to ask for board approval on a basic plan that's congruent with what KSHAA is requiring, what the governor is requiring, and that we'd be allowed, if you approve this, for us to start back under this plan, that we be allowed to modify the plan as permitted by KSHAA and the governor, but still meeting all the guidelines that those, the KDE, CDC, and KSHAA is requiring us. So if like next week, or now that the gym's opened up, if they start to say that for next week, you can have limited contact, that we'd be allowed to develop the plan and move forward with that without having to come back. Otherwise, we're going to be coming back with 16 or 18 different plans for every sport. I mean, golf, we're talking with golf, they're talking about opening some things up with golf, archery, bass fishing, some things like that that are individual. So this is just a basic layout of what a plan would look like to come back that meets the guidelines, and I would ask that the board would approve that and allow us to start bringing the kids back in according to what we're allowed to do, and continue to bring kids in with what we're allowed to do.
So golf, and I know archery doesn't practice in our facilities, will that make a difference?
Well, it's still, KSHAA still dictates what they can do.
Right, I mean, I just seen with the email, that the last email we got on the golf, I don't know if Jamie ever replied, but I just.
Jamie, yeah, and he hadn't to the last one, but the ones before that we had replied to, and we're working with them, and
like I said, archery, I know it's the same, as they practice at
well,
all.
the next thing that's going to be a problem for us is going to be is boosters, because boosters can operate as parents now under some different guidelines, but the kids have got some limited involvement, and so that's going to become an issue here quickly.
Are you talking about bingo?
Bingo,
Like
and they're
bingo?
starting to open those back up, and so we'll have to be looking at dealing with what kids would be allowed to do, because that's, the adults running that, I think he's going to start charging rent again. I'm going to up the rent actually to about $800 a week. So that's getting ready to start here in the next week or two. And if they don't start to do some things with it, then they could lose their nights, which could be a huge loss for some of the athletic programs. But
As part of this plan, in there early on, I had a Zoom meeting with coaches today who are interested in doing something. If you approved some type of start back, and we went through this document, went through the KHSA document and expectations, and also prior to them ever doing anything, they would have to submit to Mr. Bowen and myself their plan. Their entrance and exit strategies. How are they planning on the social distancing, water, tap, just their plan. as to how they're gonna abide by, who's doing the temperature checks, who's doing the health assessments, and just how all that flows.
And football already has a plan put together. At this point, they're the only ones that have a plan.
Which you all should have received from Mr. Colby, I
Yeah.
think.
Mr. Tolby sent that, but that,
Have coaches been hired?
head coach, well, everybody's still hired right now because everybody's still under contract with June 30th.
June 30th.
So all assistants,
So we're
head coaches,
good.
everybody's still under.
What about
Head coaches.
permission forms from?
That was part of in here that that's a requirement in here that they're required to get all
They have
of.
that last year's doesn't carry over to right now.
They have to have their current physical, correct, Jamie? An updated physical.
Yes, they have to have a current physical.
And parent permission form?
Parent permission form?
I don't think necessarily parent permission form was in that, but I also think that it would be a really good idea to include that.
Isn't that included with those KHSAA documents that all goes together, the parent?
I've not seen that one. I need to-
Yes,
I've-
and then it gets into the fact, we did that for all, for this past school year. Is it good until June 30th, or do we need to do new ones?
I would go with new ones based on what we're into
Looking at.
right now. I don't want a parent come back, well, I didn't know my kid was out there doing this. I'd rather have a permission on file. What about trainers on campus? Are we having any kind of training facilities open?
No, right now, the trainer is currently furloughed. So I've been in contact with their regional athletic trainer manager, to see how everything goes tonight. And then, if it's given a go-ahead to start doing some things, what's their plan on bringing their trainer back, based on that decision.
Just worried about kids that may need to be taped or something along those type of lines. I worry about, I coached for a long time, and almost every opening session that you have when you're there, kids haven't worked out in a long time, you pretty have, get somebody dehydrated, somebody throwing up, and those people that played athletics understand what I'm talking about. We've all been there and done that. I worry if, how does that kid, how do we get water to that kid, and do we have plans for that, and if, that kid has to be transported at that time, or do we have all that kind of people that we normally have on staff, say at a football practice or something like that. You say gymnasiums are open, does that mean that your locker rooms are open, your facilities, none of that is open? So a kid,
That was the plan, which we hadn't talked a lot about gymnasiums with this, what I submitted, because, they were closed at the time.
Right. And I'm not getting on you, Jamie, just.
Football, soccer, not use locker rooms.
Yeah, I'm not questioning what we're doing, because we're kind of limited to what's there, but it almost seems ridiculous to me that you're telling us that our kids can't use our new sanitized restrooms, therefore they may have to leave our facilities, pull into Speedway and go to a public restroom. I mean, that, to me, makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, especially when we're supposed to be sanitizing everything that's out there, and maybe there's just nothing that we can do about it. I guess there is nothing we can do about it at all. There's just a lot of things in here that just concern me with kids, and I don't want to hamper anybody, because I think kids need to get back. I don't want to take anything away, but I want to make sure that we've got our T's crossed, our I's dotted, and everything else through this whole process right here, because there's probably somebody watching and want to see what they can get out of it. So I don't know. It's a strange situation that we're in, and I wonder how much we're really helping the kids by some of the restrictions that they put on us.
If you look, there are several school districts still that have opted to remain under the dead period till July 12th,
I'd rather have kids involved, to be
Yeah.
honest with you, but
It's a-
I just think some of the restrictions that they're putting on us just, it just makes no sense, telling, a 15-year-old boy to go get a shower as soon as it's over with. I don't know, when you got showers right there, that they could, they could take a shower there and it could be a clean place. I mean,
On the locker room versus restroom, I think there's a differentiation that I don't think it's listed in a proposal, but it should be, that the concept is the restrooms, like the family restrooms would be available, but the locker rooms would not. So if somebody needed to use the restroom, they could.
In limited numbers.
Am I understanding that
In limited
correct?
numbers, like it is in in public, in limited numbers.
I don't think it's in there in our document.
I mean, that's just, kind of question if that can be clarified, because it does say facilities. We can't use any of the other facilities. And I don't, I would like to see if if the field house opened up, that would be a possibility to get people in there as well and utilize everything that we have, tennis courts or whatever else we might be able to put athletes on to do some of the things. And it's just interesting that, it's changed to gymnasiums by the time we've wrote this.
Yeah.
And what's going to happen next week. And,
Tomorrow is a meeting.
and, when they go and meet again and what's happening. I think it's important to get back out there, and I think kids are probably dying to get back out there. Coaches are probably wanting to meet with them, but I do worry about not having a trainer on facility when, when this is happening. And, I just, that's a little bit questionable to me.
I'm concerned a little bit about their hydration as well. Out there, starting to work out. You mentioned that a little bit, Ms. Peredo, that, they're going to be required, students be required to bring their own water bottles. They're going to forget, because, hopefully everyone will bring them, but, what's planned for ones that don't? If they need water, we're not going to give them water.
I mean, that's the biggest no-no you ever have, is to deny a kid water.
Yeah. I really appreciate all this hard work and putting this format together. I think it's very important. I'm Mr. Peredo, I want to get the kids out there. And I consider this a working document. This is going to change as new guidelines come out by the governor's office and KHSAA. So it'd be nice if this working document is published somewhere for everyone to see in the district, maybe somewhere on our website, and as it is updated, updated on the website, so not only that everyone can see it, the parents of all the student athletes can pull that down as the latest document that they need to follow. I think that would give everyone some insight into what we're doing and also be a central location as this document is updated. We as board members can pull that down as well. So to see what the latest is. In phase 3, is there any clarification on if it's still a 10-to-1 ratio? Of coaches?
I've not gotten anything different, because it's phase 3 starts June 29th. Isn't it about the mid-July when they move to 50 in the gathering? I'm not sure on the KSHAA. I know this was just in place, numbers of 10 through the end of this month.
I know it was like July 15th, they changed to 50 or something like that, I think.
I was thinking it's the first or second week of July that they open it up. If things go okay, they open it up to 50.
So can someone address the hydration piece?
Well, I was sitting there thinking, we can provide, the problem is you can't put the bottled water in a tub of ice to keep it cold, and the kids come over and reach in and get a bottle of water. You can't, that's prohibited. So, I don't know.
Can a specific person hand it out if they have gloves on?
I would assume yes, because our cooks hand out food, so,
Yeah.
so, yeah. So that's something that I think we could work on is to have maybe even the concession stand, the bottled water in, keep bottled water in the refrigerator can be passed out. However, you gotta be careful there because of the group of them coming to the front of the concession stand at the end of the workout to get water.
Well, I'm not talking about everyone, I'm talking about those specific kids that need, hydration, that maybe didn't bring something, okay? I mean, everyone needs to bring their own, but there's gonna be one or two kids out there that is gonna get dehydrated and is gonna need something to drink. So if we have, I don't care, if it's a booster, if it's a coach or whoever, if, that
It can be an
could be
assistant
there
coach.
at any athletic event, not just football, but any athletic event, and be responsible with gloves just to be able to hand them out bottled water. Would that satisfy the requirement?
I think we probably would need, if we're gonna do that, we probably just need to plan on giving out water for everybody and just say, that's the water, because I don't want.
Well, then you're bringing everybody into an area if you do that right now.
Well, you
Well, you're
can,
only 10 at a time, but, I mean, they can,
but you can
Maybe
just
they
go
could
through and
stack
hand it, I mean, or call somebody specifically, I mean, it's just kind of like everything else, you just adjust.
Yeah.
Have the coach send them over one at a time to a
Right.
certain person.
Yeah.
or when one needs it, if
Yeah.
somebody's
I
sick.
mean, I'm sure there's workaround, I just want to bring that up because that's pointed out.
I think the hydration should be on a more of exception basis. The expectation is you bring your daggum water. If you don't, we'll provide something, but you've got the coaches will give them a disincentive to make that mistake the next time. I think the KHSA rules kind of prohibit that, but I think we're just going to have to walk around that from a safety standpoint as a backup plan.
Right.
Everybody, I think we need to make that expectation, just like you bring your equipment, you bring your water, but we gotta have a backup plan for it. And then clarify that they can use the restroom, so we're not going backwards in
And I think
time.
That's the intent, that you could use the restroom in limited numbers, not send all 10 in at the same time, if they go in.
I would think one at a time.
Yeah.
May I add something here?
Yes,
Part of that hydration part, that came out of the KHSAA, and the way it is worded, it says athletes must bring their own water bottle. Then you get into the fact, what if somebody doesn't bring a water bottle? I mean, is that one of the requirements for you to participate, is you bring your own water bottle? And then they also put in there about not using the hydration stations like water fountains or water cows and stuff like that. So I guess that's something, I mean, that's part of their requirement, is they must bring their own. Then it gets into what if they don't? Can we give the water out, or are they just not allowed to participate? And yes, with the restrooms, we're planning, the public restrooms part will be open at the facilities, not the locker room part, and just kind of helps minimize the amount of places that kids and staff go into, so that we don't have to sanitize so much.
And we're not using water fountains, but believe you me, when that kid walks into the restroom, he'll turn on that sink of water, and he'll have his head down in there, and he'll drink out of it. I mean, that's gonna happen. I mean, he's just gonna, I mean, we sat and talked about buying new water fountains and everything, and they said that they didn't think there was a problem opening up school using water fountains, and now all of a sudden, we come out here and they say we can't use water fountains for our athletes.
Right.
I don't, is it bad or is it not bad? I don't know, it just seems like every document we get, there's a conflicting statement on it somewhere.
Just changes
Maybe
daily.
they'll change their mind next week or tomorrow.
I mean, I don't know, I mean, but if you are gonna use the restroom, people are gonna go in there and they're gonna drink out of the tap water that comes out of the sink, they're gonna do that. I mean, if they're thirsty, I mean, that's.
if they don't have
that's
water,
just-
they don't
If
have
they
their
don't
own
have
water.
water, or if they're just thirsty when they go in there, they're gonna do it. And, and you're not gonna control that. But you
Is that
could
part
control
of
the
it?
water fountain anyway, somebody can sit there and spray it off.
I would like to think too, that most of our coaches in this district, if there's a kid that they realize can't get water or having issues, it's gonna find a way for that kid to get some kind of water.
Well, I think they do, but, every year, there's always, even the best of coaches keeping there, somebody can be dehydrated. You never know what the
Right.
kid's done the night before. You don't know if they've ate well, you don't know what how well they slept last night. I mean, dehydration can sneak up on somebody really, really quick, and that's why the emphasis over, the last 15, 20 years is that regular water breaks, you just make them go
Right.
drink, and that's part of what you have to do, and you take the kids, a lot of these kids that's been off, they're gonna be excited to get back, and they're gonna overexert themselves
Right.
at this time, and, a lot of responsibility on our coaches right now, and they need to understand that at this time, and I want to think that surely they will. But, if we don't do it right, then they're probably going to shut you down. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm for getting back out there. I just think that we need to look at the things, and hopefully, we'll have athletic directors around that can correspond back to the High School Athletic Association. This is what we're seeing, this is what we have, why can't we do this?
Do you have a middle school athletic director right now?
Till June 30th.
Okay. So Jamie's
I'm
basically.
not aware, Jamie?
So
correct
Jamie's
me,
going to have to oversee both, is what I'm saying.
I'm not aware of any middle school sports that's,
My last conversation with Mr. Dustin Howard is, his plan is remaining in the dead period for middle school sports until, I think, July 10th or 12th, somewhere
Okay.
through there.
Okay.
I didn't think of any middle school takers at this time.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve return of athletics protocol document that mirrors the KHSA aid guidelines with updated revisions to be listed on the district website.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Tolby.
I'll second that and emphasize the updates so that everybody knows with that, so.
Second by Mr. Peridot.
If I could ask a clarification question on, it. So we start with this document, and as KHSA modifies their rules, we're allowed to then modify ours.
Correct. That's the intent.
Okay, that's
And
the
they
second
want it
clarification
updated.
question. Do we think we need to specify in this document that family restrooms will be open? Or is that, can you all just do that as part of the fluid process?
I think you can do that through the coaches. When they come out there, they can direct them to use those.
Family
I
restrooms
don't-
will? Family restrooms won't be open. will
Yeah,
they?
but I think he's talking about that.
I'm talking about,
Restroom right
yeah, the
there.
locker rooms will be closed, but if somebody needs to use the
Ah.
restroom, they can go to the little family restroom that they have there. And my question was,
Public, yeah.
do we need to, at this point in time, make that change, or
Actually-
can you all just administratively make that de minimis change?
Well, I think it talks about it there when it's talking about the facility, when it talks about the end of the workout session, custodial staff to make sure facilities are thoroughly cleaned prior to the next workout. I think that maybe we could put the restrooms, I mean, there's a place there we can add it, to if you want it in writing somewhere that there's restroom available, but it just, we need to work with coaches to ensure that they're not sent in as groups, that they're sent in socially distanced.
Yeah, I think that's just like what
I think that
Mr. King mentioned. He's already got an update for this,
Yeah.
that he needs to update the gymnasium, on this document. That could be updated as well, put that restroom on this document and just have that revision.
But you'll have the same situation inside the gymnasium. If you're using you're going to have to use the public restrooms inside the gymnasium for any kind of workout there too. So it'll be the same.
The people there have the keys, open up the football restrooms.
And we'll make sure.
Make sure all
yeah, we'll
that
make sure of all
is
that. I
done.
think they do. We'll make sure of all that.
You had mentioned, Mr. Christie, a little bit ago about fundraising activities at bingo and stuff like that. Do we have is there a provision or a policy right now that, as it currently sits, June the 15th, that prevents student athletes from participating in those fundraising activities? Or was it an administrative convenience decision?
Jamie, during the dead period, we didn't allow any fundraising with the kids, anything at all
No.
with athletics, correct?
That is correct.
Are we out of that period now?
Well, we've not done anything with any athletics at all. This is the first that we've started to do.
I guess what I meant is, does this document imply that we're out of that? And so now, if, that student athletes could participate in bingo
We haven't.
fundraising?
Mr. King, Mr. Bowen, and I have not had that conversation yet.
I think it's still dead period, isn't
It's,
it? I think it's, Jane, this is Brian, I think I was reading the KHSA, they're still in the dead period, correct?
Not this, no, not,
Only for
not
district
now.
elections.
They've been going out of that like starting June 15th.
Okay,
Is,
so yesterday.
they're allowing some in-person get-together, so,
Today.
so it's out of the dead period
That's why
per
this
se
is
now.
on.
Under these
And this
guidelines.
document doesn't go into fundraise or anything, because part of the requirement for our sports teams to be able to get together and do anything is it required board approval for them to use our facilities and for our teams to get together.
And that's just with the 10, that's just with the level, the number of 10 individuals, correct? 10 to 1 athlete, 10 athletes to 1 coach?
Yes.
What must,
And you can also have multiple groups of 10 at the facility, as long as there's a staggered start.
but I know some of my booster friends have asked a specific question. If we assume we're now after tonight or today out of the dead period,
Can they start?
is there any any reason that student athletes couldn't help participate in fundraising? I'm not really sure there's any policy or rule out there that would prevent that at this point in time.
Like, are you talking about bingo?
Yeah, I'm
or-
talking about bingo, yes, ma'am.
So can you have,
The governor's order still would, they can't have more than.
yeah, it can have more than 10 people,
They could
so you
they
wouldn't
could
have bingo.
They could have bingo, and if they had 5 student athletes, then 5 people could come in and play bingo.
I think they're about ready to change
I
that
think
next
they are,
week,
yeah.
that they're gonna allow them to sell pull tabs. And so the
Yep.
question is, for our there's at least 2 organizations affiliated with the schools, is there any reason that student athletes couldn't help them? And your answer, Mr. Thomas, you think that the answer is probably no, there's no reason now that they couldn't help if they wanted to.
That's right, as long as they're complying with governor's orders.
And that's up
If
to
the
the
dead
bingo
period
hall
is
to
the
do.
day,
Now,
then
when we shut down, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Christie, you put out that there was no fundraiser. So my thought on that, until you lifted that yourself,
And there is,
there is no fundraising. Is that, would that be, I mean, that came under the superintendent said no fundraising when that happened.
At the time, because they were saying that there was no bingo, they shut down the
Right,
bingo.
I understand that, but I mean, we didn't do any, because we did have a fundraiser request that showed up, and, you know, we said, you know, that you said no fundraising.
from a legal perspective, you know, during all this, there were KHSA policies.
Right.
There is currently no KHSA policy that would prohibit that. If the governor lifts it and says that they can go back to doing bingo, there would be no restriction under any executive order now. You know, if Paul was the one that lifted it, then Paul would be the one, or Paul the one that imposed it, then Paul would have to be the one that would lift it for the district.
Assuming he could impose that.
Yes.
Instead of just a temporary emergency measure that maybe he took, can he put that restriction on fundraising? Is that only a board role to put restriction like that on our?
Well, we have to approve the fundraising. I mean.
Well, have we
Schools, you know, principal can do a school, not a school-wide, but a particular group.
Of course, we're talking about bingo. Is there anything right now that you could
There
tell
would
from
be
your
nothing-
perspective?
There would be no reason for me to keep it as off limits. If it's opened up through, and KSHAA is allowing it, which they are, and if
The governor's
the
allowing it.
governor's CDC rules allows it, then I was only doing it to stay within the governor's and the KDE rules on that. So I would put something to Jamie if I need to, that if it's all right with you all, if you all are okay with kids going back in bingo, I'll raise that.
We have a motion on the floor right here.
That's- thank you.
So-
yeah.
I was just trying to get clarification.
Well, I understand what you mean, but I mean, it's-
Okay.
we're getting way off.
Thank you. Motion by Mr. Tobey and second by Mr. Peardo. So, Do you want to keep your motion the same? Because that's what that got off track. Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 14, consider approval of student accident insurance for the 2020-2021 school year in the amount of $58,983.60.
Somebody's going to.
It's Donald again.
Turn your light. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that.
Can you all hear me okay?
Who is that?
Is that,
Danny, this is.
Oh,
John Roberts?
Danny.
John Roberts?
Oh, yes, we can.
Okay, great. We're out of Richmond, Kentucky, work with Roberts Insurance, and of course, we partner with Danny Neely and his agency, who draws student accident insurance. Every year, we have about 45 claims per year on the athletic accident. 65% of your claims are from athletes, but 35% of your claims are non-athletic claims. Recess, PE, field trips. We work with 140 school districts in Kentucky providing student accident insurance. And what we do every year is we identify your key providers like Clark Regional or Kentucky Orthopedics or UK Healthcare. We negotiate with those providers to make sure that when a Clark County student gets injured, they're getting the very best price available in the market. So that's what we've been able to do. And of course, every year from where we work with so many different school districts, we're able to market your account. But very pleased with the renewal with Berkeley Insurance. This is the same coverage as what you had last year, up to $7.5 million. It's actually a $161 decrease. So the renewal will be $58,983. So of course, student accident is tied to healthcare. So every year it's a challenge to make sure that the rates stay in line. So we're very pleased. Don't see too many decreases around the state. So very, very pleased with this number. I'll open it up to questions.
Any questions? Comments? Or would anybody like to make a motion?
I assume, Mr. Christie, you will support this?
Yes, sir.
Didn't mean to step on it there.
Nope, you're fine. Sure.
This is in the existing budget.
Yes, it is.
Make a motion to approve item 14 is written.
Motion by Mr. Tawby,
Second.
second by Mr. Pearson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you so much for allowing us to join you all. I cannot wait till we can do it in person again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Okay. Item number 15, consider approval of graduation air date. I have talked to Mr. Jason Epperson, and from everything that I have gathered from him, it is ready to air. So we just need to set a date and a time and have it.
Now, is it going to be on Facebook? Is that where it's going to be?
Mr. Boland's on there airing it from different, it's airing from different places, YouTube platform, Facebook platform.
It will be
They've got-
shared through, they can watch it on.
It's in the contract, all the different social media platforms it's being released from.
Now, all the children get a DVD, right?
Flash drive.
They get a flash drive.
They
They can download it, it's
To a
unlimited download. They can download it for family members.
They get a link, don't they?
Yep.
They'll get a link to
I
it.
thought originally you mentioned that they were getting a DVD.
Some of them, I think some of them that they bid, they were talking about providing a DVD, but this one's made available to the students that they can download it, and it's unlimited, the number of times that they can download it for family members. And you can download it from different locations.
So we're wanting to set a date to.
From my standpoint, I would love to set it for this Friday at 7 o'clock, because I think we've put this off long enough. These kids have been waiting patiently. Mr. Tobey knows firsthand. There's been so much confusion with it, and to me, that gives Jason enough time, because it's my understanding he has some trailers he wants to release to try to build the excitement back up for the kids. That gives him a few days to do that, and it comes out Friday night at 7 o'clock so people can get their families together. With that, I mean, Mr. Tobey's got a senior that's living it firsthand, so if he has something he wants to throw in there, I'm more than willing to listen to you, but,
Much of the excitement's kind of gone, you know.
which is sad.
It's sad, you know, it's sad, but maybe, you know, maybe this will spur some more excitement. I don't know, you know, ask me after it's all aired and I'll give you an update.
I will say that Mr. Epperson sent me a copy, and it's very good.
Just very good?
It's great.
Okay, there we go.
And I would like
Now I'm
to
happy.
give a shout, the salutatorium and the valedictorian did a great job with this year being the way it was.
Yeah.
Valedictorian, my backyard neighbor.
He did great. Both of them did. But, Jason did great. I mean, with everything, the staff at GRC did great, everybody that worked on it. So it's time for these families to see it and to watch their babies graduate.
I would like to give a shout out to Mr. Bone and his staff at the high school. When we attended personally, it went off without a hitch. I mean, we were in and out, it was perfectly executed. I know we went a day or two after it started, but I did not hear any complaints whatsoever. I thought it was well orchestrated, well planned. So we'll give it just a big shout out to everyone that was involved. I know there's a lot of people that was involved in that, and I thought they did an excellent job. And everyone, I'm sure I'm leaving somebody out, but,
Right.
I thought they did an excellent job planning and coordinating for everyone under the circumstances. And
I also heard you had some teachers that just randomly kept showing up, and it's known in the video that they are very encouraging to all students, which was great to hear.
it was very nice to have a few people, you know, in the audience clapping. You know, I know teachers took turns sitting in on graduation and took turns on, you know, clapping as kids went across the stage.
Yeah.
So it was as good as it possibly could have been, I think.
So from what I gathered from Jason, there was a few touch-ups that needed to be done. Mr. Boland, if you're on there, are you all ready to go? And will Friday work for you all? I mean, if that's what the board so chooses.
Yeah, I think it's, last email I got from Jason, it's ready to go.
Okay. That's the understanding I got, was there was a few corrections that need to be made, and then you all were good to go.
Did we, just curious, did we get every senior to be able to watch? Did we miss anyone? Did someone didn't show up?
That's a Mr. Boland question, I believe.
Yeah. They got everybody that wanted
There
to.
are a few that, not, there, credit given them, and
Even though they opted not to take part, there's credits to them at the end. It's an amazing video, I will tell you. It's amazing to watch.
Yeah, I agree.
The first 5 minutes will just about get you.
Okay, well, anybody else have any questions, concerns? Does anybody have a problem with Friday? What is Friday's date? Thank you. Should be able to talk to you again. No, I would like to make a motion that we air the graduation on Friday, June 19th, 2020.
I will second that.
All right, motion by Richie and second by Mr. Tobey. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes 5-0. All right, item number 16, consider approval for board members and superintendent to attend the KSBA Summer Leadership Institute July 10th and 11th, 2020 virtual conference.
They charging the same thing for the virtual conference as they did for the in-person
the conference?
That's an Arlene question.
$195, and attendees will
She's asleep.
be, yeah, $195, and you'll be able to earn up to 5.5 hours of training credits. I'm not sure what it was.
I want to say it was $295 before, but it's regular price, I think.
We're going to have Jim Morris, I guess, speak, it looks like.
That'd be
In the
interesting.
movie, what was the name? I don't remember the name of the movie.
Rookie.
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 Rookie, the
It's right
rookie.
there,
Okay. So I guess everybody needs to get with Arlene if they plan on attending.
I'd like to make a motion that we, did we get an motion out of that to approve it?
Yes, we need a motion.
Okay.
Well, chime in there, Scott.
You just tripped me up thinking that there was a motion, I missed it.
No, you
Maybe
didn't miss
Mr.
it.
Talby snuck one in there
All
while I was looking
right,
something
motion
up.
by Mr. Heisel. Second by Mr. Peridot. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Arlene, if I drive to Florida and watch this, do I get reimbursed?
I don't think so.
Okay, I just wanted to- I didn't know what the
Motion carries 5-0. If you do, we're all coming too.
We'll have to get a big van that's spaced out by 6 feet in the van.
We'll put you on top, Scott. You can go wee! All the way down through there. All right, 16A, update on 2020-2021 school year, possible statement by the board. Greg Holland, Mr. Christie. Anybody else wants to jump in there, right?
That would be whatever the
Well,
other.
my whole purpose of wanting this on, it just seemed like that I was seeing more and more parents, families getting a little bit anxious, and I think the survey probably created a little bit of that too, and I didn't know how other board members felt or whatever, but I just felt like if we could come out and put some kind of blanket statement out there, in other words, if we told parents we're definitely not gonna start early, or something along those lines, at least they know that, you know, there's vacation time in there if they want to take vacation, and we're not thinking about doing anything like that. And, you know, I don't want to speak for any other board member, but when I go back to school, I want to go back full force. So I know that you're stretching things right there, but, you know, that's kind of what I'm looking at right now and hoping that things clear up from there. I've seen other states that have already announced that they're opening up and doing those things. I know we're kind of limited to what the governor wants to do. It seems like today that trying to take a lot of responsibility off their level, put responsibility back down to our level.
I missed the update today. What was
Well, I was
it?
just listening to what Mr. Talby and Mr. Christie said earlier, and I'm sure they'll go over, but I just felt like if we could maybe come to some kind of agreement or something of saying, you know, to be honest with you, what I've told people when they've asked me, I said, you know, we've got an opening date of August 12th, I think, for students. I said, that's what I'm sticking with right now unless something else comes along. But when you get somebody that asks you and says, well, are they thinking about going back early? Well, you know, that's one of the options they put out there, and I think that scared a lot of people because they don't, you know, things are starting to open up. Some people want to take vacation, some people don't. So I guess just want to open this up and let everybody kind of discuss what they think. If we want to make a statement, make one. If we don't feel like we're ready, let's push this thing to a special session or a work session, or you know, we can get a report from, you know, the committee that's working on this, maybe from parents, and kind of see what they're thinking.
I would say I have no interest in starting early. I don't know where you all stand, but the whole July thing and all that, I think that's already gone by the wayside, isn't it?
Well, there's too many things that are changing.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
we've already approved one document tonight that changed before we even had a chance to
Right.
do it. I mean,
And that's my
it's
standard answer to people when they
athletics.
ask me is, it's changing daily. There's no way I can tell you anything until probably June or July. The end of June, 1st of July, probably.
I mean, I don't think there's any problem of delaying school once you get it, but I'd like to think by the 1st of August, we could be telling people, you know, we're gonna have to push this thing back to the 1st of September right now because we can't
Yeah.
do this right here. And I think as we get closer, they're gonna start realizing that this partial opening is not gonna work. I just don't see how we're gonna be able to do bus schedules and things of saying, you know, this group of kids goes this day, this group of kids goes that day. I mean, I can't see that working, and I'm not saying that I haven't seen that it can't be done, but haven't heard anything yet that's convinced me that we're capable of doing that.
So, Mr. Peridot, were you sort of trying to float the idea of taking a temperature reading of the board to see if there's much interest at this point in time in coming back to school before the August 12th timeframe?
That's my intention. I just think if we made a statement, said we have no intention of kids being back in school before August 12th. And I know that's a very general statement, but at least that's a statement that we've cut out that option. And that doesn't mean if everything was to open up or something that we couldn't do a summer school or something along those lines. But I'm saying, as far as coming back to school, right now, it's August 12th. We're planning on coming back and continue to update. But I think we've got to continue to update and let people know. And we've got to really get serious sometime about whether or not we think that we can do a 10-person classroom, 15 kids on a bus, or whatever else. I don't know. I mean, it hurts my head to think about it. It's no telling what it's doing to these people to do it, but things just keep right on changing. But I think at least if we knock one option out there, say we're not starting early. Right now, our goal is to get everything there. And then maybe in 2 weeks, if we have a special session or something, we can make another statement of saying.
At one time, Paul, didn't you tell me that you needed it pushed back farther? Wasn't that something that was discussed?
No, that was one of the options that we talked about, and of course, times were different then.
Oh, okay.
There was a lot of districts really seriously looking at that start of
That's way too early.
Of August, the 24th, which
Okay, that's what
eliminates the need for 170 days in classes, and it puts you on that 1,062. There's some that's still considering that, but the majority of the groups at this point in time are still sticking with their original start date. I don't know of anybody that's officially changed anything. And I know there was only one in the state that considered an early start as of a week or so ago, and then the commissioner said, and after they found out they were the only one in the state, they retracted that. He wouldn't even give the name of the district that was even thinking about it. They didn't even want their name released, so I don't know that anybody's thinking about coming back early.
Okay, what about Phoenix? When are they set to go back?
Phoenix is set to come back. They're set to come back in mid-July.
So what do they do there?
Well, that's what we've got. It's going to be on an individual. It'll be more individualized, and they come in one-on-one and work.
Who is that? Ellen?
It's
Ellen, are you
possible
there?
to do spacing in Phoenix Academy a little bit better, I would
We are
think.
scheduled to come back July 8th. We do a month and a half longer than the rest of the school year. So right now, we were kind of waiting to see what the district calendar looked like. But for right now, we're coming back on July 8th. We have scheduled for our kids to come in and check out a Chromebook. And we're going to go virtual, but they can come any day they want to for in-person tutoring. We go 4 hours a day during the extended day calendar, and we have a website set up that they can pick a time that they want to come in for instruction. It may be a 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour block where they can come for the whole day, but they kind of need to let us know ahead of time so that we have enough staff on hand to help them, because we're looking at just one-on-one instruction. We're still following the CDC guidelines. They're going to have to come in, have their temperature taken, but our concern is that when they come in, do we have a district document to sign to check out a Chromebook? We have enough Chromebooks for every kid in our building, but we just want to make sure if we have a time schedule for them to come in and check out a Chromebook so they can do it, and then do they have the internet access to do the Apex? We use Apex during summer school for them to do that. So we have a lot of questions. Our letter for invitation for summer school goes out this week. If the district calendar moves back some, we just have to, we're obligated to a 33 extended days. So we usually do 23 at the beginning and 10 at the end. If the school district calendar jumps back, we will move to more days on the front end and 5 days in the back, just concerned with, this year we ran into the COVID situation to where we didn't have the 2 weeks of summer school, but we opened it up for our kids and GRC kids to do summer school at our program. So we're scheduled to open up July 8th. Our summer school letters, we kind of held off to send them out this week to what you all decided on a calendar, to try to tell them when they can come in. We're concerned about how to check out Chromebook, and then if they have internet access to that, so.
Do we have a procedure established yet for tracking the Chromebooks, like serial number or any sort of tag ID or anything?
They're all,
Yeah, every Chromebook is in one master inventory that
Yep.
tracks asset tag and serial number, location.
as soon as they
purchase
come
order.
in, they're tagged, as soon as
So
we
is
come in.
that something that you'll?
That's,
pass
that's what I
along?
made a note, I wanna get with Justin, get a document, we need Brian to look at a document on, sign it out, and the legal responsibility.
If she needs those
Absolutely.
hotspots, how quick can you get them for her? If she's starting July 8th?
Depends on what AT&T says on Wednesday.
So kind of circling back around, if somebody wanted to make a motion saying that it's the current sense of the board that we would not start school earlier than the current scheduled opening day, would that be a useful motion? A motion that might fly?
Well,
Could you say
I would
that
add
we-
to- Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Could you go as far as saying that at this point, we'd like to stay with our schedule as we approved unless,
That's where I was going with it. We have an
Yeah.
approved calendar. We have not had, right now, we're staying on the approved calendar. There will be no early start date. But, definitely there will be no early start date. And right now, the start date for school is August 12th.
August 12th, I think, for students.
Would the wording continue to be something like the current sense of the board, because this thing changes so much? But we would just give people some indication that we wouldn't start early and we would stick with the calendar for right now. Of
For
course,
right
we-
now.
Yeah, if something new came down from on high.
Pending
week from now.
further information from the state.
If I could interject for a minute.
Who was that?
For my 33 extra days, I have to submit a calendar, which I have already submitted. But there's a little thing that we have to submit for makeup days. And I've already submitted a thing in our agreement that says, due to COVID, our calendar may change depending on what our regular school calendar is. So if you all do decide in July or later to change that calendar, I'm still good with my days in our contract agreement with KETSAC for the 33 extra days, because I talked to Ronnie Nolan and I said, Ronnie, we don't know what's going on right now. So my school board, we don't know exactly, our calendar may change. So I've already put that in the addendum that says I can change my calendar depending, even though we start July 8th, I can change my calendar depending on what you all decide. So I just want to make it clear that I've tried to take care of our agreement with them and our contract with them so that it's okay if you all change the calendar later, that we're in agreement with them.
Okay. Thank you. How would you word that statement then?
Or just like Scott did.
He was still going around over there. Did you come
I
up
think
with one?
the difference is, I was 100% comfortable with it, with saying the sense of the board is we wouldn't start early. I'm 100% comfortable with that. Mr. Talby said, well, he would like to add on top of it that his level of comfort is not only that, but that we would just go with the current schedule that we have.
I'm not comfortable with that.
Well, not that we would go with it, that.
Sense of
as
the board.
Yeah, as of, how would we want to word that? You know?
I don't know, if we start school on August the 12th, as our calendar states, pending further notification from the Department of Education. I mean, I just, you know, I mean, I hope to start back full force. I mean, that's what my hope is. Now, I'm gonna sit there and say, push this the whole way. No, you've gotta listen for the next month and a half, what's gonna happen right there, because there's no way that, you know, that we can go out and say, everybody's saying you can't start back. But, you know, I'm just saying that my hope is that's what we want to do, and I think if people get the impression that that's what we want to do, they're kind of thinking along those lines. Well, that gets, you know, some sort of response from parents, although, you know, we're not saying we're going to open up full force. That's our hope, is that we're going to do it. And it's pending whatever we hear from the Department of Education. Obviously, today, we cannot say that we're going to open up full force because they're not going to let us. I mean, they're not going to let but 10 football players stand together on the football field. So, you know, we're not going to start back full force. We know that, but that's what our hope is that we're going to do, is start back that way. And I think, based on some of the things Mr. Christie told us from the survey he got, that's what most of the parents are hoping, is that we do it back that way. That was the largest majority. We're hoping that they went back to school with their friends. That's what they did. And I think anybody's going to understand, we say, you know, the end of July, guys, we're not starting on August the 12th. We're going to have to push this back. And if we don't get any further information from the governor, then we're going to start back by doing whatever our next plan is, whatever Mr. Hall and his group comes up with. But I think our first option is we're starting back on schedule and hoping that we can start back regular school. But that's going to be pending. What you got written down there, Scott?
I was just using the word you just already, that you just said there. So it's a sense of the board that we would not start school early and that we would hope to start on a current schedule. Just sort of throw the word hope to in there.
I liked hope.
And you just said hope.
Right.
Hope's
We
got to
want
be
put it in
good.
there pending further.
Pending.
I wouldn't even say that.
Don't even want to say that?
Because, I mean, pending KDE, I mean, what I've read lately is they're like, boy, this is tricky. Let's let the local
Yeah,
guys
they
do
threw it
it.
back on the superintendent and the boards.
So it's just a sense of where we would be, and I think the less said better. We just give people a general indication. And
That we're not gonna start back in July.
yeah.
That's basically what we're wanting to say
So
right now.
I think that's what I'm wanting to say, and it
Yes.
seems like from talking to you, that's what you want to say too. We got no intention of doing anything early.
That's right.
That the first time your kid's gonna
Maybe
go.
just do state that, because I'm not crazy about the word hope.
You don't like hope?
Like, I'd rather use intent or something like that.
What do you think? You like hope or intent?
Our desire.
I'm not sure we need to get desires in
I
there.
hope and I intend to start both. I really
Our
want us to.
hope and intention?
Yes, is
That made it worse. No, I don't like that.
You don't like
to get
that?
back to school.
That's too many. Brian,
See, I would say something like,
put some kind of.
our intention is
lingo.
to start on August 12th as the approved calendar, pending KDE approval or something of that nature. But if we don't want to go that far, I'm fine with putting a statement out of saying that we will not be starting school early.
Let me throw this out as a motion. I'd like to make a motion that in regards to the school calendar for the 2021 year, that it is the current sense of the board that we will not start school earlier than the current
Then August 12th.
scheduled opening day, and it is our hope that we're start school on that opening, on the currently scheduled
August 12th.
opening day of August the 12th.
I think you wouldn't put too much in there. If you'd have cut it off at the first part, you said it was good. You put too many hopes in.
I don't think you need to start, I think that first part was
Yeah.
great.
So the first part says that we're not going to start early. And so then the
And
second
then-
part says that we hope to start on time.
No,
No.
that's not what you said.
That we want to remain opening day for August.
What'd he
12th.
say, Arlene? Tell us.
Oh,
The
Lord
first
help.
part.
In regards to the school calendar, it is the sense of the board not to start earlier than the current, and you lost me there.
Yes. Than the current opening date of August 12th.
Yeah, that's where I say you
Okay.
cut it off.
Yeah, I think that right there is.
That, you want me to
Yes.
stop right there?
Stop it right there.
We can all agree with that?
I'm good with that. Gordy, you good down there?
I'll take
I
that
think that
friendly
gives-
group amendment.
That's a small amount of direction now. To me, I feel like within the next 2 weeks, we got to update.
Yeah.
Yes.
I really do. I just think that the more information parents get, the less talk that you've got out there. So right now, the talk tomorrow can be, we're not going to school early. We know that.
And
And
right now,
maybe
we're
in-
starting August
In
12th.
2 weeks right now, it may be, you
We're just
know,
not going early.
something
No, we
else.
have August 12th in there.
But it's not going to happen early.
I thought it just got struck by sense of the group.
No,
No,
we went
August
to
12th.
August 12th, and then we,
And then we stopped it.
I just want to make this clear that because we have to do an extended calendar. We have to do 33 extra days. If the board changes and moves, because you're looking at the difference of 170 days and 1,069, whatever it is, hours. There's an option that if you start later in August, you don't have to meet that guideline of 170 days.
That date's August the
Which takes in
24th.
UTI days and other things, so I just want to make sure that when we're starting on July 8th, that we are going to do, we usually do 23 extra days in the front, and we do 10 days on the back end. If that's what the board agrees to, that's the way I'm gonna set my calendar and send a letter out to my kids that say, that's what they're gonna do. But later, because of this COVID, when they come up with stuff that say start at a later date, is that gonna be a difference in my school calendar? Because I've gotta look at that, because I could do 28 days in the fall and 5 days on the back end. So when I submit my calendar to KEDSAC, I have to send it with what the board agrees to.
I mean, I don't know if we can make a decision. You can't make
Yeah, I don't
it
think we're
right
gonna be
now.
able to give you an answer tonight on what to do.
I think you just gotta adjust that calendar, whatever we do.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you gotta do. I mean, they just gotta, you know, there may be,
Because we don't know.
be shortened times. They may have to, you know, I'm not sure what all their rules are, but there may be some that go 4-day weeks.
Yep.
Or something along those lines when they're in there. But I mean, we've got to make the calendar for, you know, for the rest of the
I can
schools.
put that in my extended calendar. I can submit that as changes can be made due to COVID.
Yeah.
And we're gonna start July 8th, period. That's when we're gonna start back. But I can submit on my extended day calendar that it may be adjusted due to COVID.
Is that what you're asking, is to put the wording on there? It may be adjusted?
Yeah, I kinda need to know what the board feels is gonna be the start date, which would be our regular school calendar,
August the 12th,
August
right?
12th.
adjusted due to COVID.
August 12th right now is our start date.
Mrs. Nance, I apologize for all my various and sundry shortcomings, but could you please read the last portion of where we were? Because I think we're going to chop off the end part of it, so we just need
Okay.
to clarify that.
The last I got for your statement is in regards to the school calendar, it is the sense of the board not to start earlier than the current opening date of August 12th, 2020.
Is everybody happy with that wording?
I'm okay with that.
That's my motion. It's awesome.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Mr. Heisel, second by Ms. Richardson.
Can we send that out in all call?
Okay.
Okay. I like,
Post it to.
Yeah.
Post on the website.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 5-0. Before somebody forgets what we're doing. All right. Now, we are on the consent agenda items. Is there anything that anybody wants to pull off?
I like 22, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I like to pull off item 22, that's it, settlement.
All right.
Same thing I had.
Yeah, me too.
All right, so
And-
3 board members want, you want item 22 too, Scott?
I just want to comment on 2 items, but I don't want to necessarily pull them off.
Okay, which 2 do you
I
want?
want to comment on 20 and 36.
All right, 20 and 36. All right, do you want to go ahead with your comment?
Yeah, item 20 is the workers' comp liability renewal. I just wanted to note that
Somebody tell Donald to turn his phone off.
pitching Pedro Bourbon.
It's Donald.
You just dated yourself.
What?
That last year's experience modification was 1.28, and because of the loss history for the, not the current year we're in the middle of, but the prior 3 years of that, it's gone up to 1.41. And I know from some internal discussions, they've got a punch list of things to try to work on to bring that down, and I appreciate that because it obviously has a pretty sizable impact having a mod go up that much. And then on item 36, I just wanted to highlight a concern I brought up in the past, which is the general tax revenues continue to lag the budgeted figures, and we're probably not going to bring any more money in June. And if that comes to pass, we'll come in $800,000 some dollars short of what we budgeted for general tax revenues for this year. And I just want to highlight that as a concern so people can be keeping that on their radar screen. That's all I had on those.
For the, for what?
Salaries, accounts payable.
Well, we don't go there, we only approve them. Don't confuse me. All right, so we're pulling 22 though, that's gonna be discussed in a whole different thing, right? So we go ahead with the rest of them right now, right? Okay. So would anybody like to make a motion for items number 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37.
I'd like to make a motion that we
Wait a
approve
minute.
items 17 through 21 and items 23 through 39.
Second.
Boom.
Saves you a little bit of air.
All right, whatever, Scott Heisel. Motion by Mr. Heisel and second by Mr. Peridot. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
things. What were we thinking?
I need a motion for number 40, Scott.
You know, you think we should?
I'll make that motion, item 40.
Okay,
I'll second.
all right. Motion by Mr. Colby, second by Ms. Richardson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Okay. Now, they want to go back and discuss 22, so we're good on that now. Item number 22. Who would like to go first, since everybody wanted to add it, or to pull it? And who do you need, Donald? And Josh? I'm assuming? Or anybody?
Well, I just had the question, what are we surplusing since?
If they threw it away?
If
That was
it's
my
been
question
discarded.
too.
My question too.
All right, Donald, you're up then, I guess. I don't know that you'll have the answer to it, but if it's already, it's been, okay.
Not everything. There was a list.
Yeah,
Some
okay, I
portion.
think we're talking about the stuff at Baker, correct? If it is already, it was already thrown away, correct?
That is correct.
So how are we surplusing it if it's already been thrown away?
Was everything on the list? I mean, the first statement that's on here says there are 104 of these desks in use at Baker Intermediate School. So are these 104 that are in use right now, or are these 104 that have been thrown away?
No, this is 104 tables that have been discarded.
So that's a false document right there. All right. I guess, you know, I have issues on several different parts of this right here, and I guess coming from being a principal, part of it's on the district level, part of it's on the principal, but I don't, you know, it's not our job to criticize or whatever principals. I'm not really sure why a principal's letter was included in here. It didn't seem like it followed procedure. You know, it does say a designated personnel is supposed to send in writing to the superintendent, and the superintendent is supposed to come to us. And I do think it's wrong to put the letter in with this request right here. I can't speak for the rest of the board, but I found the letter pretty condescending, to be honest with you. I didn't like it at all. Pretty obvious that a lot of stuff's been stored on this stage for 6 years. It's never been a problem, and it became a problem after we questioned why all the stuff was thrown away. Also questioned 10 gallons of paint, which to me is a consumable. That's not a surplusable item right there. And I'm sure that schools have got rules on where hazardous materials can be stored, and I'm sure hazardous materials like paint cannot be stored in a place where students are having class. So that's an issue I have there. A lot of the stuff on here, you know, probably could have been surplus 6 years ago based on what it says right here. So, but I do not feel like that letter should even been sent to the board. It should have been sent to the superintendent. The superintendent should have came to us and said this. But at the same time, you can't surplus anything until it is no longer usable in the school, but somebody has to determine that. And the superintendent has to come to us and say, these items are no longer needed for school purposes, and then at that point, we surplus the activity. So there seems to be some issues, at least with some administrators that don't know how to do the policies, or and that falls back to me, falls back to the superintendent of having to make sure that our principals know what they're doing. But I really felt a little bit of anger, I guess, in the fact that maybe that letter was sent to us, and I don't see. I mean, I was principal for 15 years, and I don't think I ever sent a letter to the board. And maybe it wasn't intended for that letter to come to the board from this principal. But, you know, everything I've ever had, you know, you got your furniture and the rest of it was surplus. I've never seen a situation where you threw stuff away and then you came and asked for furniture. So that's the biggest issue that I have with some of the things on here. And if I'm wrong on some of the things I said, I'll hold to whatever you guys, comments you guys have got on this.
Well, my guess, and I don't know, you can answer to this, is that the reason this was probably sent to the board was because some of the board members were the ones that witnessed it being put all over Facebook.
Well, I understand that, but then again, the principal does not answer to us. We have no authority right over the principal. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that the letter should have came to the board. I think this letter should have came to the superintendent. I'm all right. If this person is the superintendent's designee, now most of the time, maintenance is your designee. Maintenance, I think everything I ever had surplus probably was surplus with maintenance. Because, again, we bought furniture, then we threw away the other furniture.
Correct.
So that's the issue that's here. And, you know, I don't want to get in a situation where I'm criticizing a principal, and I think the principal definitely in this situation has got great intentions and don't have anything there, but some things were done wrong, and it didn't get any better by this coming through, especially when I get a document that says that there's 104 desks in use, and there's not 104 desks in use. So that should have came
But let me-
to the superintendent.
Right, my question is to this, Donald, and you're over maintenance, so this is my question for you. You were not made aware of this until it hit Facebook, correct? And you got a picture and went to the dumpster and found, or went out there and found them in the rain?
I received a call from the principal of the building that simply told me that he had directed his staff to dismantle and discard a number of science desks that had been assessed and determined to be a safety hazard to students and to staff. And that they were placed on the parent loop side of the building, and when I sent some maintenance people to come and pick them up and discard them. I did that.
How many days had they already been sitting outside at this point?
Overnight.
Huh, overnight?
Overnight, one night.
And it had rained?
Yes. So we picked them up the next day after they were sent out and brought them back to the maintenance shop, and I assessed them at that point with a number of maintenance crew, and the table legs were broken off. Apparently bolts were stripped trying to get them off. They couldn't get them off, so they ripped them off and broke them. The hardware was missing. The tables were severely damaged, broken on top. So at that point, we said there's absolutely no use for these. We could have left them in a pile, I guess, and tried to surplus them in retrospect, but it was a pile of wood that was busted up, and I was informed by the principal of that building that they had been assessed and determined to be a safety hazard and risk to students and to staff. So I didn't know where his source was for that, but I will tell you that he unilaterally directed his staff during an event during summer to dismantle those and to discard those outside.
Do you know if any of these desks left the premises, or every desk was taken away?
I don't know that. I was just told that there were desks placed by the principal and the staff outside, and we picked them up.
You know, that's the issue that I've always been told. If one person takes one desk, that's clearly a violation of what you've done without it being surplus. And, you know, that's the whole reason why you have these are taxpayer assets. I know they're terrible. I can look at the pictures and tell, but they're still taxpayer assets. And they have to be.
I'm sorry, was your question, did anyone take any of the desks?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, no, all of them went into the dumpster.
So we counted all 104.
I think you better go back and watch the last video from the last
Last video
meeting.
stated
Yes.
otherwise.
Every one of them went into the dumpster.
I don't
There wasn't
think
one
so,
that was
Dawn.
even salvageable.
Well, that wasn't what was stated, not by you.
No, you better watch the video.
But what
again.
I'm saying is that, you know, you counted all 104 when you threw them away.
I can't accurately say that we counted the desks.
That's what I'm saying, that's where we get into, and see, that's what's happened, that's why they had this, because they don't want a situation coming up and saying, this is no good, let's throw it away, but if you want two of those, take them home with you.
We did not do that.
And see, well, I'm not saying you did, I'm just saying that's what happens when you don't follow the procedures that's board policy and state law about taxpayer assets and this, and probably all of them would probably have to be dumped or something on that level. So, I mean, there's issues. I'm not sure if Mr. Mount should, I mean, again, should even speak, and you all can do whatever you want to, but I don't want to get in a situation where I am disciplining a board employee. It's not my job. I mean, it all, our part comes to Mr. Christie's where it comes to. It's not what Josh Mounts has done here, but this is where the issue lies. This letter should have never came to us. This right here should have never came to us. That should have been stopped and halted at the superintendent's desk, and the superintendent should have came to us, that this stuff needs to be surplus and not come through here. And you guys, you know, again, you can speak to whoever you want to, but I think we're in touchy ground when we start talking to other principals about things that they may.
I don't have anything to say about as far as that, that's Paul's job. My problem is when after I left that meeting, I was shown pictures on Facebook, and that was absolutely terrible to see. And I know that you did not post those pictures, and I understand that. But for it to be on a school website, there was many things that needs to be addressed by somebody.
And I guess my biggest question is, after that last meeting we had, we knew they were not in the classroom.
Yes.
Why is it on surplus?
I can't answer that question.
Well, who put it on surplus? Or, I mean, how
The
did it
letter
get
you're
on
talking about sent to the board, I don't know which one, if it's.
I don't know what you're referencing.
It's
The letter
right
that's
here.
sent to the superintendent about surplusing
Okay.
all of this stuff.
And
right
that
here.
went to Miss Ellis, that listing the stuff.
What I'm
when they-
saying, this should, you know, the way the policy and procedures read, that a designated personnel, and I don't know whether you designated principals to do this, or maintenance to do this, or who you to do it, but that should come to you, and then you come to us. We, you know, again, I really wish I'd never seen that letter, to be honest with you. I would just rather deal with it on a different level. But I just think there's been, you know, some policies that have been, well, have not been followed, obviously. And as Mr. Talby said, he didn't say cover up, but it seems that's what we're looking at when we get this document. It says there's 104 tables in use there. Now, if we'd have got this 2 months ago, yeah, then I can understand, but we got this now, and this is the way it's presented to us.
Can you hear me? Hello?
It's up to you to recognize, Ashley, whether you.
Does anybody need to hear from Mr. Mounts at this point?
I'd like to hear what he has to say.
Just a minute, Mr. Mounts, you would like to hear what he had to say?
Yeah, but I'm just one person.
Again, I think when we start doing that, then we're jumping in.
At this time, Mr.
personnel.
Mounts, the board's choosing not to hear from you, I believe, by consensus. I'm sorry.
The list, the way I've always done surplus is the list is sent to Miss Ellis. It's sent to that area, and then she compiles the list. Now, I did not see this firm heading of the letter, and I fully support the list of things that's on there, down below there. I didn't know about the tables till after it was done. I had no clue. Didn't see them outside, had no clue that they'd been taken out. My first knowledge of it, when it was pointed out to me on Facebook, was, my concern was that was first thing was during a time when there was no one supposed to be in the buildings. And I saw 6 or 8 teachers in a building. So that was my first concern. And then I found out that they were actually taking tables out. And that was after the fact. That was after they'd already been removed from the property and everything. So I'm wrong there. I don't know what to say.
You know, the thing that, you know, again, you know, when we get this letter, you know, it says in here, we will not touch the items above and submit a request to maintenance until the board approves this request. All this stuff right here is not even in use. See, this follows, I mean, if all this stuff has been sitting on the stage since 2014, you know, the superintendent at any time could come to us and say, we're not using this stuff anymore, it'll be surplus. And that's all that had to be done with this. But to me, this was like, you know, well, I'll just put all this other junk that I've got up here on this letter and just send this off to the board and tell them I want this done too, but I'm not gonna move it off this stage unless the board says this. And that's what I'm saying. The letter, you know, it bothers me that the letter was in there. That's just what it is. I think our communication should come through the superintendent.
For the record, I don't know what letter you're referencing. I haven't seen that.
Well, again, you know, we got something in a board document
That
nobody knows anything about that
And nobody
should
seems
be.
to know how it got on here.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I got to be asked about those other two. There's 2 other items, there's 2 other maintenance items on there, or 2 other surplus items on there as well, or 3 maybe.
Mr. Tumpton, let's go back to the 10 gallons of paint. Should 10 gallons of paint be in a classroom?
No, and a work order would have easily gotten them removed.
That's what I'm saying. I'm sure that our maintenance people know how to dispose of things. And again, you know, you shouldn't have paint laying around in a classroom. It's in a gymnasium classroom to where kids could have access to it. So, I mean, you know, I just think there's a lot of issues in here that have to be addressed on a level different than the board.
Is there anything else on the surplus list of any other items, not including Baker, that we don't have anymore?
No.
That's not in the district, I mean.
No, that's
these
the only
are still-
exception.
okay.
Other than this one incident, we've always followed the protocol for surplusing equipment and scrapping in the district. This is an exception.
Because
because actually you also have to take up there's a transportation surplus list. There
Right,
is a
that we can
computer
add that.
device surplus list, and then Mr. Stump has a maintenance surplus list.
I don't have any problem with the others, as long as the superintendent says that that stuff is no longer needed, that's what's supposed to come to us.
Right.
I don't even have a problem with the things that are on this letter, but I'm not going to vote to surplus 104 tables that have already been thrown away. And I don't know where we go from there, Mr. Attorney, on how all that works and what we need to work through with that. And I'm concerned that we've got 7 classrooms that don't have furniture in there, and, you know, what do we do as a board? You know, we're held hostage here. You know, I don't want kids going in classrooms where there are no desks. But at the same time, I don't really want to reward when people do not follow procedures. I don't want that to happen, so I don't know. I'm not real clear on what we should do, but I don't have a problem approving all other items other than that 104.
So perhaps we start there. Go ahead, put them on, take care of that now.
So this other stuff, you didn't pick up on the curb?
No, ma'am.
Just the desk?
That's correct.
Well, so where, is this stuff still sitting where? On the
The things
stage?
on the stage, is that what you're
It
referencing?
says
I
it's
don't
sitting
know
on the
where is
stage,
it.
is what it
Well,
says.
I had received a telephone call from Mr. Mounts several days subsequent to our last board meeting, and he had a list that was very long and cumbersome, and said, I'd like to have this picked up and discarded, and we said, no, we're not going to pick up anything until it's gone through the appropriate channels of being surplus and whatever. Now, I certainly wasn't referencing cans of paint. There's a lot of furniture that was on that list that's on that stage, desks, tables. That's what the things I was referencing when I directed him to go through the appropriate channels to have it surplus before we removed it from maintenance, that I wasn't going to fall in that trap again.
What will be the process for except for the tables, if we approve surplusing the other items, how will you all let the public know that these are available? We put these in bid groups or something like that?
Well, it really depends.
And then put it on the website?
Right, it really depends on the equipment, and whether it's salvageable or usable or not. Some might go to stuff for surplus and scrapped. And
So you all will determine, is this worth the time to try to list
That's
this as
right.
a separate item, or is it actual junk we ought to just?
In past have listed
Dispose
for
of it.
surplus and to sale. We've listed stuff to sell.
So you all will then.
We have not, it's been years since we've had any kind of an auction, because the auctioneer generally costs more than it brings on the surplus.
But if you all look at this list that we might be approving and say, you know, I bet somebody might buy that John Deere, you know, Z425, y'all potential then would take some of those
Some of those
items
would-
and list them on the website, you know, say, hey, these are the items would be surplus, make us an offer.
That's
And then then everything
exactly
else
what
you'd
we
say,
do.
it's not even worth the time to fool with that. Y'all would determine what the best way is to dispose of this, so to optimize the return. And I would just hope that that the public is given a reasonable chance to
Absolutely. If
know
there
about
is
these items, so it's not just
But
done out,
something worth
go back to
auctioning or
work.
selling,
Buses,
we would
cars,
go-
all that we advertise for the,
I think that I would hope they'd be on the website, the ones that you all are gonna actually sell.
Now, granted, the tables that are in question are very old, 30 years maybe, 25, 30 years old. I mean, and I don't know if there's some limitation of what, how old something has to be before it doesn't have to be formally surplus. I don't know if there is such a thing, but they were very old. They were already damaged to a significant degree before they were discarded by Baker staff. So it's not, I don't want to imply at all to the board that these tables were in good shape when they were directed to discard them. They weren't. They were in much worse shape as they found their way on the outside of the building than they were when they were in there. And from the maintenance department, we picked up a bunch of pile of wood that was stacked up outside and went through a night of rain. So it was certainly beyond any recognizable usage at that point.
So at this point, we've got to go back and surplus what you all are okay with surplusing, plus the additional items that is okay for you to go pick it up. if that's what the.
If that's what the superintendent, I mean,
Right.
according to the
And
policy
the
and
consensus of the
procedure,
board.
the superintendent informs us is no longer in use and needs to be
Right.
surplus. That's,
So, I guess, Paul?
That was my intent for all of it, was when it, and I didn't look at this particular item. I know I went through the same process, or I thought we were going through the same process that I've done for years. The list of surplus things is sent to Alicia. She provides a list. I provide you with a list. I did not look at this letter. I didn't see the letter. And I can't answer on the 104 tables. I don't know anything about, other than they were moved out and they were removed and they were put in a dumpster. I wasn't even aware of it until after that it all happened.
But I think, from what I'm gathering, the 4 tables, 104 tables, I'm sorry, are off the table anyway, correct? I mean, I don't know. I've heard from Mr. Peardo and Mr. Heisel.
Regarding the 104 tables?
Yes.
I think right now, I would not be voting
Surplus.
to address those particular items. I think, unfortunately, they found themselves in a unique position. So I, from my standpoint, I think we could vote to do everything else, and then accept those off to the side to be addressed potentially in a different manner. I'm not even sure what that manner would be.
I think it's
I'm
everything.
okay with all the items except the 104 days.
Me too. I
A
agree.
more abbreviated way of saying what I just did. Thank you.
Okay, so would someone
The
like to
better
make a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve surplus items listed excluding the 104 desks from Baker Intermediate School.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Talby.
Surplusing? Is that what you said?
I said approved surplus items.
Surplusing.
Surplusing, yeah.
That's what it's listed as on the agenda.
Surplusing. I'm not even sure that's word.
Okay.
Well, I think
Motion by
it's
Mr.
good
Talby. I'll second that. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Okay. We voted to pay everybody. So now I need a motion to adjourn to closed session.
You want to give us another 5-minute break?
Yes. Scott? Yes.
I love you. Professional way.
So you want to take the 5-minute, well, let's adjourn to
Yeah,
closed
so
session.
go into closed session,
What was
you have to
our-
specifically identify.
yeah.
Yes, yes.
Right.
Do you want to do that? Do you have your numbers wrote down? It's KRS 61.810, section 1F. Will that
What
help
is
you?
it, section 1?
61.810, subs, 61.810 subsection 1 subsection F.
There you go. Arlene's got
You've
it.
got the subsection. Do we want to move, did you want to take a break, or did you want to move? closed
Go on
session?
and close, put us in closed session, then we'll take a break.
Did someone make a
Did
motion?
Mr. Talby make that
Yeah,
motion?
second,
Yes.
I wanna make the motion.
Okay.
I'll second it.
I don't think he's made it yet.
Oh, I thought he did. That gum me.
Hold on, Scott. Scott must really want this
I will make
break.
a motion to move to closed session, discuss personnel issues that may lead to discipline or dismissal of an individual employee based on subsection that
61.810 1F.
61.810,
Subsection.
Subsection 1, subsection F.
there we go. You have it.
All right, motion by Mr. Talby. Now go, Scott.
I'd like to second that. Seems like a fine motion.
All right, second by Mr. Oisel. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries 5-0. We are in closed session at 10:31, and Mr. Oisel has requested a break. So we will take